Hello again, Struck Pop. Welcome back to another day of streaming. And today I will be doing what I was doing yesterday, trying to get that Molten Reach to drop so I can finalize this build, the Absolver Zealot 2.0. So yeah, Molten Reach of Molten Reach. Why are you so out of reach? I guess we can say. I've been trying to get this item ever since they wiped the servers, and I started playing again on the regular realm after the launch. But yeah, it's been a bust so far on 3 disc mages that I've leveled up. It hasn't dropped, but maybe yesterday I got pretty close, and maybe today we can get it. I'm gonna keep gambling for one-handed weapons whenever I get some gold, but I don't count on getting it from gambling. It's probably much higher chance to get it from a bundle and from drops, from boss drops, boss chests, random monster drops, and so on. Okay, oh, I forgot to sell my pet wood. I'm gonna go to my storage quickly, put some items where they belong so I have more room for wood. But yeah, I had fun last night. Oh, and I just noticed while I was offline, 2 people followed my channel on Twitch. Garden Stern and A1 Bigot. Interesting names. Yeah, thanks to both of them if they end up watching this, for following me on Twitch. It is really appreciated. Now, as I said, I need to put some stuff in the storage. I'm just wondering where. Wondering what to remove. I would still like to keep some low level items. But let's say I'm not gonna keep this one anymore. It is a good one, but okay, let's maybe keep it, we'll see. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of some blue items that are low level. Maybe only keep some weapons. What else do we not need? Ramming robot, skittering chest plate with a lot of defense. This one seems like something that maybe is worth keeping for now. Come on, where's the other low level stuff? This one is pretty nice because it's level 6. This one level 9. Skittering 17. Skittering 29. With HP instead of defense. Okay, this one we are getting rid of. While we are doing so, we can put some of the other stuff in there. Anything else that's low level here that's worth keeping? Yeah, I think oh, this one is an amazing example of rolling flat 10% on the same item. a rare occurrence. It's very rare to get something like this to happen. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this Heartseeker. I'm not gonna ever use Heartseeker unless they change drastically how it works. So I think I've put enough things in my storage. Actually, the Unholy Boat I'm gonna keep. This one though. I will rework this build as an Unholy build later. So just a moment, I need just a moment to quickly put my other device in. Okay, yeah, now let's go and get rid of those items we no longer need. And I also need to disable the chat because it's just distracting. I wish they would allow us to quickly hide and show the chat. So more quality of life in regards to chat could be very great for the game. Because right now the only way to hide the chat is from the options. But what if they add some button that you can press here that hides it and just keeps it as a small icon, and if someone whispers you get like a notification or something blinking there to tell you that you've got a whisper. But if people keep writing in area chat, that doesn't happen. So yeah, I'm gonna you can see why I'm disabling it. Some random spamming happening in there. So let's see. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of some recipes as well. And then we're almost ready to go.
Step right up, contestant.
Should I push a little bit further? Maybe when I see a good map. For now, I'm just gonna do the previous ones.
You say that now. Honestly, I think you could do better.
Kind of not a fan of those there. So let's try Stormbringer. Gearwalkie status immune. Status immune won't be terrible, but we will be losing some DPS in it. But yeah, I guess that's what we're gonna do. Status immune Gearwalkie. Cactus is back and says he has Trukilo. I need help with portal to Vultura village. Okay. I can try and port you to Vultura village. Do you have me on Steam? And if you do, what was your Steam name?
That spell can't be cast.
And by the way, Vultura village? What's the problem with Vultura, with not being able to get Vultura village? You should be able to reach Vultura village by yourself, by the way. But I wouldn't mind helping you. Let me finish this map and then I can teleport you there. But Vultura village is something that you can reach. The secret trail leads to Vultura village. Or do you mean the other zone? Do you mean the King's Plateau? Because that's the one that people can't reach because of the big statue blocking the way. So the big statue appeared in the secret trail over here, not here. Because so far people have been saying the big statue appears in King's Road, walking the way to King's Plateau. But I mean, I can port you to Vultura village, that's not a problem. Okay, let me finish this map I've just started. And I can invite you. Do I have you on my Steam? If not, you might wanna add me. if you want, add me with my friend code. And once I'm done with this map, I can accept the request and invite you and give you a taxi to the Vultura village. And while I'm at it, I would give you taxi not just to the Vultura village but to the King's Plateau as well. Because you're gonna need the King's Plateau in case you see the statue again. Might as well do both things at once. So that you don't have to get help again. Oh, and I forgot to post on Discord that I'm streaming. That should do the trick. Okay, I'm done with the map. Let me accept your request and actually I'm not done yet, but almost. Look at where he's hiding, right behind the chest. Okay, I think in order to see you online, I might need to go offline and online in my Steam friends list. Let's see. Okay, going offline, signing in, and I should be able to see you now. I see you, but I don't see you online. Let me check if I see you in the list itself. In the list itself, cactus, where is cactus? Maybe you're offline, maybe you're invisible. Okay, you're online on. I'm gonna go offline and online again. Offline, sign in. I see you, but you're not in Torchlight right now. So you have to be in Torchlight for me to invite you. And if you log in on Ridiculous, you can later change it once you get the portal. So I can give you Vultura Village and then I can give you King's Plateau one after the other. Wait, you're in Echo? Well, can you invite me? Do you see me online to invite me? Because on my Steam, you're showing up as online, but not as online in the game. Which means there's no option to invite you. But if you can invite me, that's fine enough. You can see here what it says. Can you go to your Steam at the top and click on your status, click on offline and then sign in back again, because I did that 2 times. And yeah, maybe you need to do it as well. I mean, you are playing on Steam, right? So we should be able to see each other. But yeah, strangely enough, it doesn't tell me like you're playing the game. You're showing up as blue online on Steam, not green online, but blue online. I mean, if needed, I can restart my game. But I don't think I would need to do it.
Your pet has returned.
When you see me on your friends list, does it show up as online green or online blue? And Standy's back. He says playing offline helped him a lot on Switch. He leveled up a few classes, but is stuck at Act 2 because of a bug that has to be patched to continue. That's pretty sad to hear, but at least playing offline has helped you, which is nice. Standy says, do you think both electric or Bane for range forged would work out? Which one would you go for? Either of those would work out. The one I'd go for would always be the electric if those three are the choices for a ranged, because they're just more damage. And on a ranged build, it's pretty nice to have that extra damage. I mean, it's always nice to have extra survivability from the Bane and from the Blood Drinker, but I still would prefer the Forged with Electrode. If it runs better on offline on Switch, sure. If it doesn't run good on Electrode, if you keep getting problems with the performance, then I'd probably pick Blood Drinker and make a Seeker's build with the other stuff. So Cactus, what's happening? Do you see me? Do you not see me? Like, am I showing up as a green name? You're hiding what game you're playing in, but you can't remember the function. I have blue icon too. Alright, that's interesting. I probably have the same option. I have the same option, I'm pretty sure. But still, we should be able to see each other in game, because people were able to invite me in the game. I was getting invites from my teammates the other day, so I'm not sure why this is happening. But we should be able to see each other. Okay, can I just invite someone by typing the name? Did you get the invite? I just sent you an invite. That should have done the trick. Okay, let me try and send it again. You try it again. You try as well. Typing struck here. Struck, capital S, one word. Type this. If you type this and click invite, that might work. I'm gonna try again. Make sure you open your party window. With P for party window, and then check if you got the invite or something. Okay, you joined the party, nice. So now you have to teleport to me. Press Z or whatever your teleport is, this button here, and then click on this thing next to me. Then get the waypoint, and then I can give you the next one, so that you won't need it afterwards if you get stuck again. Okay, you can get this waypoint. I'm gonna go to the next one. And after you get this, you shouldn't need any other more waypoints, because there's no passages where it could spawn something broken. Wow, this is taking a while to load. Okay, there we go. So good work with this. If you want, you can join me in a map if you want some extra high level items and some XP. But keep in mind, chances of you dying in this map are a little bit high, so maybe you can stay back for the XP. Okay, no worries. Well, you're welcome. Enjoy the rest of the story, finishing the last couple of quests of the game. Let's see what's here. There's gotta be some enemies over here.
You can't use that skill.
You made the miasma train. Nice. Yeah, the miasmic train is a very interesting build. It's very lazy boy build, and yeah, for people who want less troubles, who want auto damage build, the miasmic train is kind of a very decent choice. Okay, the goblin dinners. One of the dinners is here, good to know. Should I just go and get the key first and then go back for the goblin dinners and kill on my way back? Maybe that's the better way of doing this map. Okay, another one of the dinners is here, so I know where all three of them are now. Let's keep moving. Try and find that jailer. But yes, Tandy, I think if you really have problems with the electrode on Switch, obviously my second choice would be the blood drinker there. So if I were you, I would select that that electrode, and then for the ranged forged, and then if it really runs shit, and you're having problems even during the offline, I would just change it to a blood drinker. But a range or semi-ranged forged electrode is what I really wanted to do myself. My next forge would actually be electrode forged with cyclone mode and with swag shot. What was it called? Not steam powered. Pressure shot. So pressure shot and cyclone mode electrode with vortex bomb. That would be my next forged setup. I'm probably gonna make this build, then make another build on this hero, and then go back to make some more builds on the other heroes I've got. And then whenever I level up a new hero, it will be an electrode forged. So I've got a big backlog of builds to do, waiting for me to be ready for them, gear-wise or level-wise. I also might make, after that electrode forged, my next hero I level up would be some sort of a sharpshooter. Most likely a sharpshooter with Bane. Because people have been asking a lot about that, and that's actually a very popular, one of my most popular builds I've made is the infectious shooter, the infectious summoner, I think, not shooter. So maybe making a 2.0 version of this one with the extra items you can get now won't be a bad option. I think there's gonna be a lot of people who would appreciate a 2.0 version of the infectious summoner on the sharpshooter. Come on, come on. They really need to fix this thing to never be able to rotate this way. So, because it's very hard to see, it's very hard to attack. My attacks keep going towards the roof if I'm down there. If they prevent it from rotating this way and maybe only have it rotated this way and this way, never that way or that way, in the entrance I mean. I really love this place because that's a lot of enemies there that spawn. Very good density, but this rotation where you can barely see what's happening and where you can barely aim the attacks the right way kind of ruins it. Okay, so there was one goblin dinner around here. There we go, this one. And Sums is back and says, I thought you have bugged out sound in game, and then I realized you're running the game on the background as well. Interesting. Cactus also votes for the infectious summoner. Okay, yes, it will come soon. Well, not really soon, but it will come in a few weeks, maybe 2 weeks time. I should be able to make a 2.0 version of the infectious summoner. As I said, first I need to make this build, then I need to make the other version of this build, which would be similar to what one of the developers did, what Michael did, which would be Unholy Bolt instead of Absolver, and then Radiant Blast instead of Entropy. After I make those two builds, I'm moving on to the Sharpshooter Flaming Destroyer, which is already leveled up and almost it's kind of ready. It's ready for a video. I just need to make the video, and then I'm probably gonna do another one video of the things I've got right now. Most likely a 2.0 version of the Melee Adventurer Sharpshooter. Or maybe a 2.0 version of the Flaming Destroyer Mage. We'll see. And then after that I can do Electrode Forged, and after that will be time for the Infectious Summoner. But yeah, the second hero I level up next would be the Bane Sharpshooter. The first next hero I want to level up is another Forged, because right now on this account I've only got Blood Drinker Forged leveled up, and that's very limiting. When I want to play Forged, I want to have at least one more on this account. So I've got a big backlog of builds, and I also have to do some Warhammer Chaosbane builds, at least one build, but that's again something that's just ready. It just needs to be made as a video. And Trying Hard Denmark is here. Welcome back. I think I've seen you before. If I'm not, pardon me. Welcome to my channel. Good afternoon to you as well. And Cactus says, why I have tier 3 shotgun car only with 6 points on. Is it? No, it's not a bug. See, some things can give you levels to a certain skill. Just a moment, I'm gonna explain after this fight. First, your armor might be giving you 2 extra levels. Then you might have a helmet or other item like a weapon that gives you extra points into shotgun car. So yes, you can get tier 2, tier 3 or tier 1 with those extra skill points without needing to get the correct level. And this is one of the best things in the game when it comes to those things. Wait, what? Where am I now? Oh, I'm in a Wobby map. I need to go to my fort. Okay, let me kill those enemies and then I'm gonna go to my fort. I was wondering what's happening. Why am I out in the open? I remembered I opened my map in this place. Yeah, you have a helmet with +2. That makes sense. That makes sense. And see, this is something nice, because those extra skill points, I never include those extra skill points in my builds. I always include only the extra skill points from the set, which is +2 in one skill tree, +2 in another skill tree. So whenever someone gets extra skill points in a helmet, in a weapon, etc., they can just count those points as extra bonus. And they can rework their skills with respectacles a bit to account for this if they don't want to overlevel a certain skill and maybe overlevel another skill. This is doable. Right now it's crazy overpowered, and you can reach level 29 in a specific skill, which is level 10 and 19 points from the set and from items. And yeah, this is super crazy, super overpowered, but it's doable right now because of the power creep, because of the system that gives us extra stats on items. So if the item gets +3 levels, with that 118%, it goes to +6 or +7, which is where that comes in. where that number comes from. And the items that are supposed to give you +2 end up giving you kind of like +3. This one, it ends up giving you +1.8 and +1.8 or something like that. And this ends up rounding up to 6 levels or something like that. I think actually no, it goes up to plus 2.6 or +2.6, something like that. I need to look at some screenshots people sent me. But in general, you can get from this item and from this item +6 each. +6 total each, because it rounds up. Which is overpowered, broken, and shouldn't be happening. And the developers didn't think that would happen when they patched with this extra bonus stats. So it's obviously something that, yeah, we're not supposed to be seeing and getting. And many people who were relying on that would be very unhappy when they remove it. But yeah, you shouldn't rely on broken, overpowered things. But +2, +3 is regular. It's normal. Getting +3 in a certain skill. See, this +4 shouldn't happen. Those two sockets I'm getting shouldn't happen. I should only have one socket and I should only have +3 levels to swag shot in this. In this one, +3 and +3 is completely fine because it doesn't have the extra shit on it. Trying Hard says, hope it's okay with the Chaos Bane question. How would you suggest farming greens in Chaos Bane? I rarely see any, and thank you. Yes, I have been following for a while. Trying Hard, the best way to farm green items in Chaos Bane is it's 2 steps. It's a 2-step farming method. Step 1, go into the Tower of Chaos, do 1 level, collect the chest. Step 2, go into the expeditions and make them an upgraded expedition. I can start my game. I don't think it will break. I can start the game quickly and show you. Just a moment. Just a second. Okay, it crashed. The game crashed. Just a moment. It made my streaming crash. It crashed my my Torchlight, my streaming software. So I'm back here. But yeah, kind of kind of crashed. I was hoping it wouldn't crash, but that's fine. As long as it's running now. So yeah, what I was saying is, in Chaos Bane you just need to do 2 things. Step 1 is go into. I'm not gonna be able to launch the game to show you, but step 1 is go inside the what's it called, Tower of Chaos, in the highest difficulty you can handle. I normally do Tower of Chaos on Chaos 8. Chaos 8 is pretty decent. Chaos 7, 8 and 9 is okay to get coins. If you can't get coins from a single run, from a single floor, then maybe do 2 floors, 3 floors, or maybe increase the difficulty. But make sure it's not taking you too long to complete a single floor in the Tower of Chaos. So you do Tower of Chaos single floor runs to get coins, then you use those coins to do upgraded relic hunts. And upgraded relic hunts is where all the greens are. But you cannot do upgraded relic hunts without coins. That's why I'm saying to do Tower of Chaos for the coins. And with that you would be getting a ton of greens. In some maps you would be getting 0 greens, whereas in some other maps you would be getting 4, 5, 3 green items per run, which should be pretty solid to get greens. And no worries, I mean, I wasn't in a map or anything, I was chilling in my fort, so it's not like it really killed my run. I've done it before. I didn't. I once was playing Torchlight and streaming, and I launched Chaos Bane, and I was able to show something in the game. So I thought I would be able to do it again. I guess I was wrong. I guess I was wrong. It's probably my GPU that ended up crashing me, because it's definitely not my memory. Because my memory is 32 gigs and that's not the problem. But yeah, it's most likely been my GPU that couldn't handle it.
Sweet. I just finished tightening up the graphics on that gun.
Yeah, regular relic hunts only have one chest at the end. Upgraded relic hunts have two chests. So you're getting two chests and the wood quality increases. So basically the way upgraded relic hunts works is you have a bar at the bottom. At the bottom of your screen you would see something that keeps getting filled up with 3 thresholds. And the more monsters you kill, the more wood quality you get. And this gets super crazy because at Chaos 9 you can get over 11,000 wood quality. At Chaos 8 you get, I think, around 10,000 something wood quality, which is almost double of what you get on a normal relic hunt. And yeah, as you fill up the bar, you unlock chests, keys. You get keys for the chests at the end. Meaning you get key number 1, then you keep playing, you get key number 2, then you keep playing, you get key number 3, and then you can keep playing more to get some extra wood quality. And you can use those keys after defeating the boss of the map. So the upgraded relic hunt is basically it's crazy overpowered wood quality. It's the best place to get greens. Oh, and there's another thing I forgot to mention. There's kill streak combo. So if you keep the kill streak at 50, basically every time you kill an enemy, you get that kill streak up. And if you keep the kill streak at 50, meaning you're constantly killing enemies, not letting the kill streak expire, you're getting the wood quality up quicker. So if you can, try to keep the kill streak up so you can get this green bar that increases your wood quality and unlocks the keys up quicker. So it's not that difficult. It's not that hard to do it, and it's definitely gonna yield a ton of green for you. And enjoy it. Good work with the drops. If you see me streaming Warhammer Chaos Bane, you're always welcome to join me, and I can even give you some items if you're playing on PC. I've got a lot of green gear that I don't need, that is just waiting for a new owner. In fact, last time I was streaming, someone came and took some of the gear off of my hands, which really helped me empty up some room. Oh, you're playing on PS5. Definitely won't be able to give you some free wood. Oh, come on. Uh-huh. Okay, what else do I need from this map? 2 more remains. There we go. Got the remains. Yeah, actually that's why I keep I'm hoarding a lot of items I no longer need in Chaos Bane, because I know it might be a little bit difficult to get some stuff at the start. And yeah, there aren't that many people playing the game, so every now and then when I'm streaming, I definitely don't mind giving some gear away. Normally in games, I like hoarding all sorts of stuff to give away. I would be doing the same in Torchlight 3 if there was some sort of way to trade without exploiting the game and without selling for real money. I wouldn't mind giving gear away. See, trading in general is a very good thing in games, but when people start selling items for real money, that's when it becomes a terrible thing in games. And since there's always gonna be people who would be willing to pay for items, there would always be people willing to sell those. So it's very hard in a game to make a system where you prevent people from selling stuff for real money, but you still allow people to kind of do some sort of exchanging of wood. I think probably Diablo 3's trading system was the one where people would feel less motivated to sell for real money, because it would be too time consuming for someone to try and farm that one specific item for a person that's in their team, and to be able to get that drop while they're teamed up. It's very RNG there, so it's kind of almost impossible to sell items for real money in Diablo 3. It's still possible to sell boosting. You can sell gear boosting in Diablo 3. You can say, hey, you can pay me and I can run around, kill stuff, and you can get all the drops. But yeah, who would do that? Who would wanna pay for that? For not guaranteed drops of anything. So I think that Diablo 3, in a way, with all the bad things that are in the game, at least that's one of the good things, how they handled trading. It's very hard to kind of find a way to try and sell a specific item. It's almost impossible to sell a specific item there. I mean, it's still possible. For example, you're playing with some randoms that are the same class, and then you get that one item and you ask them, hey, does anyone want to buy that item off of me? So it's probably still doable, but yeah, I don't think people are doing that in Diablo 3. So if Torchlight 3 gets similar trading to Diablo 3, where you can only trade with your teammates. For example, I'm playing with some teammates and they need that item that I get, like for example Ancient Ember boots, or Ancient Ember, or Winterweave gauntlets, or Winterweave boots, or Winterweave cuirass, and I get another one which I don't need, and being able to trade it to one of my teammates, that would be pretty good, so they can get it for their legendarium. Terry the Tank is back. Welcome back, Terry. Nice to see you again. Oh. Cactus is asking, do I like my Wast Bud Drinker Forged? Yes, I do like it, but I also think it could be a bit better if not using Drain, and if using what's it called? If using Seekers. I'm assuming you're talking about the fracking strike one, the spin bot drain a what? I think if you're using instead of drain Seekers, it would be a little bit stronger. I still like the drain version, but I think if you kind of do it a little bit more like the Seekers uppercut. So for example, you can have Seekers uppercut, but instead of uppercut using fracking strike, or instead of uppercut using even to make it better, you can try and use what's its name? Pressure shot. So I think with pressure shot it might be a little bit better if you make it. Terraform 643 wants my talent. I can try and show you what I've got. Just a moment. Let me kill those here, so they don't bother us. This is what I've got. 448. Just a moment. So I've got 448, and then on the dark side of things I've got 44448. And then over here, you want 5 points here, you want 10 points here, you want 6 points here, you want 5 points here, and maybe you can remove this 1 point and put it here. That could work as well. I mean, if you have plus levels from skills, if you have plus levels from something like this gives me Luminous Run and Energy Spike. If I want to, I can remove 3 points from Energy Spike and have, with just 1 point of Energy Spike, have level 6. I can do it, but I don't want to do it because I don't want to rely on those extra points when making the build video. This is how I'm gonna keep the skills for my build video, which should be coming tomorrow. Hopefully I get the Molten Reach today. If I don't get the Molten Reach today, I'm gonna give up and just make the build without Molten Reach. But Molten Reach is one of the most important items for this build, because it transforms Entropy into a cooldown skill, and it makes me use Molten Reach, it makes me use Entropy in a different way. It makes me use Entropy as a cooldown skill which triggers Mana Infused, which helps me get extra mana regeneration, which makes me be able to spam Absolver even more without having problems with the mana. So having that one extra stack of mana infused is very important for me. And another thing you could do is replace Walkaway Storm for anything else that's a cooldown skill. It could be for example Radiant Blast converted into a cooldown skill. It could be many things. So there are ways to kind of get extra mana again if you're having problems with it. You can also get mana again by wearing a focus item, but if I wear a focus item I'm gonna lose this extra cooldown which is needed for Imbue Relic. See, Imbue Relic is on 21 seconds? It shouldn't be 21, it should be 24. How did I get it to 21 seconds? I think there's a bug there. Something else gave me extra cooldown and I'm not sure what it is. Could it be the map? I don't think it's the map. It should be 24 seconds. From 60 seconds it goes to 24 with the 50 plus 10 cooldown reduction. And good luck to you as well. Good luck to you as well. This is a very fun build. But keep in mind, it's not just about my talents. It's also about what you use in the Legendarium. If you want to use the same skill, the same things as me, you need to do certain things. You need to get the Ancient Ember boots and the Liu General. The Liu General really gives you extra 25% casting speed, damage, and damage reduction. So basically, what I do is You see how I got the Liu General Grace. Damage, casting speed, and damage reduction when this reached. So let's see, let's say I break this. So now I don't have energy, and since I've got this item, this allows me to use this skill, and boom, with this skill I immediately get that extra casting speed. Then I can use this for extra casting speed, and this for extra casting speed, and this for extra casting speed, and yeah, that's a lot of casting speed. That's up to 100% casting speed you can get. This one doesn't stack. If you do it 2 times, you're not gonna get 50% casting speed. Or at least that's how it used to be. Maybe they changed it. The thing is, when I used it, I didn't see a separate buff. I'm gonna test it in the fort now. Can I get to Conjure Electros to give me 2 times 25 casting speed? Let's find out. I don't want to use this because it would trigger the casting speed from the Liu General, which I don't want right now. No, it actually, this one also triggers the casting speed from the Liu General. Okay, let's wait now. So right now, if I use this, where's my casting speed? Where do we see casting speed? Oh, over here, 25%. %60 is the limit, so you cannot get more than 60% casting speed. Casting speed is capped, the same way attack speed is capped. Okay, that's actually good to know. That's actually good to know because that means if I stack this with the Grace, with the Liu General, I'm already capping. If I use this twice, let's try it. Let's try and use it twice. I'm waiting for this to expire. I get 50% casting speed. So you can stack Conjure Electrode 2 times for 50% casting speed. So basically stacking 1000 volt burst with 2 Conjure Electrodes is a waste. Stacking 1000 volt burst with the Grace with the Liu General gets you to the cap. Stacking these two with the Liu General also gets you to the cap. If you can't make your mind up for Pressure Shot or Fracking Strike, I'm gonna tell you Pressure Shot is the better DPS. It's much easier to play with Pressure Shot. It's better DPS. Yeah, it's not AoE around you. It's piercing AoE, but it's super strong. It's super strong. So yeah, basically casting speed, just like attack speed, is limited to 60%. So you can be very flexible how you combine this 25% from the Liu General with the 25% from Conjure Electrode, which can stack together. So 2 Conjure Electrodes give you 50, and the 50 you get from 1000 volt burst. And with this Imbue Relic, basically I can get the limit like this. I can do this, boom, 1, 2, and now I'm already at, actually I'm at 50. Where did the other one go? 50. 60. I guess I didn't do it the right way earlier to get that 60, but in any case that's how it is. 60% casting speed limit. Oh, Gearwalkie. Alright, let's do it. But that's very good news, knowing that 60 is the cap of casting speed. Means I can be even better with this build. It means I don't have to use 1000-volt burst while I've got Conjure Electrode up. Means I can use Conjure Electrode, then when Conjure Electrode is over, then I can use 1000-volt burst. And that means I can keep up the extra casting speed for a long time. So I can do this. So I've got now the casting speed capped. When this is over, I won't be able to use the 1000-volt burst immediately. But yeah, harmonic form is much quicker when you have casting speed, and this is what this build is about. The faster you cast, the more you proc things, and the faster you reach harmonic form. Which means the faster you reach that extra damage that harmonic form can provide you with. Yeah, that now I'm playing in a different way than before. I'm not stacking 1000-volt burst with Conjure Electrode, which I used to do before, but now I know I shouldn't. Oh, it's wagging. Do you see what happened? Do you see the wag there that's happening? It's wagging and my healing is wagging. Something's happening with this map. I'm not sure what, but there's some terrible wag going on. It's not teleporting me. See, they teleported me like 2-3 seconds later. And I can't see my ping, because if I go to see my ping, the spirit will get me, the Angered Ancestor. It's lagging so badly. What suddenly happened to the server? Why did the server become so waggy out of nowhere? This wag. Is anyone else wagging on the European servers? Is there anyone else playing right now that's getting this much delay as I am? Could it be just this map being broken? Even exiting my inventory is taking a long time. Look at how the delay is with teleporting. I'm gonna teleport now. You saw it took like half a second. Sometimes it takes much more than half a second. I'm not sure if casting speed was limited to 60% before, but it definitely is limited to 60% now. So some people might even prefer to not use Conjure Electrode, but I like using Conjure Electrode because it really helps us keep that casting speed up. If we take turns between Conjure Electrode and 1000 volt burst, you can maximize. Even if you don't reach 60% all the time, you can reach 50% easily. Come on. Radiant Blast with sockets, but HP. Fuck, this HP at the top ruined the item. If only. This one is actually pretty nice. Defense, defense, gearwork. For a defensive farming build. B-Doc is saying, debating on getting this game. Is there a character that summons for damage? See, unfortunately, there are summoner builds, but they are not your main source of damage. Summons in this game are meat shields. Yes, you can make a build where the summons can help you do damage, both directly and indirectly, but the direct damage would be it's very messy. Getting a summoner where the summons are your main source of damage would mean that you're relying on some creatures that you cannot control that randomly attack whomever they want, who is near them. So that means you can't make them focus the same target. Another way of getting damage from summons is with this relic I've got. This Whitening Strike. There's a 10% chance to call down a Whitening, etc. whenever you hit an enemy or your summon hits an enemy. So instead of the summons doing damage themselves, you would be using the summons to proc this. And by proccing this, you're getting a lot of damage from your summons. And this is probably a better way of doing summons. So they're not gonna be directly doing damage, but you can stack like 30, 40, 50 different summons. And even if they don't hit the target you want them to, you can just help them clear out the ATs. And as soon as the ATs have been cleared and they focus the boss, you would be seeing this a lot, as long as you have some nice chance to shock. So that's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is, as I said, just making sure that the summons are the things that you use for damage. But again, the developers themselves have said that they didn't design the summons as damage sources, they designed them as meat shields. So this class has spirit well. I'm gonna show you something from the other classes, just a moment. The sharpshooter has every hero except Forged has summoning skills. One of the strong summons is the Train on the Railmaster, and that's the only case where you actually get shit tons of damage from the summon itself, from the minion. So this one has goblins. It can summon this, and this is an amazing skill because it taunts enemies, keeping them away from you, and it also gives you extra damage to taunted enemies. This one also can summon if you get it to level 10. It's not a great damage source, so I don't suggest going for it, but the Goblin Legion is nice, and this one is nice. Then if you go on the Railmaster, the Railmaster has trains, and trains count as minions, meaning trains benefit from minion damage. Meaning if you get this skill to level 10, you get 100% minion damage while this is active. And you can keep this active with certain items at all times. I'm gonna eventually rework my Miasmic Train build with the new items, so people know how to maximize the duration of this skill. And this is super strong. This is one of the strongest skills on this class. So getting this maxed out together with this, maybe even this extra minion damage, is pretty good thing. And then you can get this to make the enemies take more damage. And then you can get this tier 2 bonus, which apparently right now this is nerfed and it doesn't do 65% extra damage. That's actually not the skill itself. This extra damage is to you as a hero. The tier 2 bonus applies to everything. It applies to this, it applies to this, to this, to this. Every other skill that does damage would do extra damage to Stun, Blinded or Sword. So this apparently right now does 10%. I've tested it and it's not 65, it's 10. So maybe it's intended, maybe it's not. I really hope it's not intended, because this was the one source of this hero that made it equal to, for example, this hero that gets 50% damage to Taunted. Forged cannot be a summoner, but you can still make a summoner build with the Forged with certain items. So Forged may not have summons himself, but you can still apply Sonic Pulse to make the enemies vulnerable, and you can get certain other things, which I'm gonna show you just in a moment, for a summoner build. So there's some items that the game can drop, and those items can give you skills, and those skills can give you summons. So one combo is Bone Razor, Bone Blocker. You equip those two together, or you equip you can actually equip the shield and then put in the Legendarium the Bone Razor, and that gives you 3 + 3 + 4 skeletons for 20 seconds. When you cast your ultimate of the relic. Which this changes based on what relic you've got. The skill you need to cast changes, but it's always the ultimate. Then there's another item that gives you 10 skeletons, which is the Sword of the Lost Legion. It gives you 10 skeletons for 20 seconds, and this gives you a new skill which you have to equip. You have to equip this skill on your skill bar, just like that. You kind of pick the skill you want. So there's other items that can give you summons on different heroes. For example, the mage can get some netherlings from the shoulders. The Railmaster gets some enchanted floating rail hammers in the air. And the forge gets exploded bots, the sharpshooter from the gauntlets can get some archers that shoot at nearby enemies, tight grouping, and that means if you level up tight grouping they're gonna do more damage. So yeah, there's as I said ways to get summons and ways to get damage from summons, but in general I think it's probably the preferred choice if you're not on Switch or on old generation console where you're gonna have problems with the performance. I would say if you can handle it, go for Electrode. Electrode is amazing when it comes to proccing damage from your summons hits. Okay, there we go. I just want to show you what I mean by FPS drops. With this relic, you could see some FPS drops, and some of the old generation platforms and the Switch would have problems with this one. In fact, they might have problems with a lot of things, but the Electrode is the heaviest one on the performance because there are just so many things proccing, so many hits and calculations. And thanks to the fandom Naut for following me on Twitch. Welcome to the Strut Club. Really appreciate the follow, and thanks for the good luck. Wishing me good luck. Good luck to you as well. If you'll be getting it on PC and if your PC can handle all the stuff, then that's fine. What's your PC? Keep in mind my GPU is very outdated. It's a 1066GB GPU. Yet I rarely dip under 60 FPS while streaming. I very rarely dip. I have to gather up a ton of creatures and do a ton of procs to actually dip under 60 FPS. So apart from my GPU, my other type of hardware is not that bad. It's more recent. Like my CPU I got in September or October 2019, 3700X, so it's not terrible. And yeah, it's installed on an SSD, and the GPU is my weakest link, and even with such a weak GPU it's still okay. I still rarely go under 60 FPS, as you can see on the screen. And that's with me playing the heaviest of all the subclasses in regards to performance. Which actually this got improved. It was much worse playing this relic, and they did some performance tweaks. They reduced the maximum number of shock bolts because it was getting super crazy with getting shit tons of shock bolts. A lot of damage and a lot of FPS drops used to happen. Do you consider Radeon RX 480 a good one at this date? Well, I don't know, I need to check it. 480, isn't 480 a very old one? I mean, it probably would be able to run this game, but you might see some FPS drops. Let me quickly check. 1066GB versus Radeon 480. Just to check the difference. RX 480. Let's see. I can share my screen. So FPS wise, it's not that terrible compared to my current GPU. Yours is not that bad, so you shouldn't see that much of a difference in performance with this game. It also depends on your other parts of the system. It definitely depends on your other system parts. So yeah, I think I think what mine is 17% effective speed, which is not that big of a difference. Okay, well, hopefully this kind of gives you an idea what to expect from your GPU in this game, comparing it to mine and how the game runs on mine. If you have an i7, you shouldn't have a problem. i7 should be pretty decent. I mean, you're not streaming. Keep in mind, unless you're streaming. If you're streaming, then that's a little bit of a different thing. But keep in mind, I'm streaming, and my stream is using some of my GPU, even though I've taught my stream to use my CPU, not my GPU for encoding, because my CPU can handle it. But yeah, you shouldn't have a problem. Even with electrode builds, you should be able to keep it around 60 FPS in the worst cases. See, even I dip under 60 FPS at some points, but very rarely. And yeah, that's why I switched my FPS, so some people can see what I'm talking about. But yeah, I'm saving up right now for a GPU myself, and I think you with your card, when there's stock, and if you can afford it, an upgrade probably is in order if you want to run some of the newer games. If you don't want to run some of the newer games that are a little bit more demanding, actually a lot more demanding, then you don't need an upgrade. Your card is just fine for some of the not as demanding games. Obviously, right now finding a good, not overpriced in-stock deal is difficult. There's waiting lists in some companies. Some retailers have waiting lists, whereas others don't. And yeah, it's not easy to get something. And they're also not that cheap. But for example, I think 3070, Nvidia 3070 is very good bargain for the money. If you want something more expensive, Radeon 6800 XT is very good bargain for the money. And Fandom Note, thank you very much for the 100 bits cheer. Really appreciated you. Right in the feels. That's where it goes. But yeah, I think for good price, I think the three top GPUs price for what you can get, in my opinion, right now are 3070 Nvidia, Radeon 6800 XT, and 3080. Maybe 3080 Titanium, which comes end of February, would be fine, but we know that there's not going to be availability of that card for a few more months, probably. See, 3090, it's super overpriced. Yes, it's super good and super strong and powerful, but it's overpriced. 6900 XT was kind of a letdown from what I've seen in benchmarks. It seems like it's barely an improvement from the 6800 XT compared to 3090. So yeah, I guess for AMD 6800 XT is very good bargain, whereas the 6900 XT seems like it missed the mark there. So right now I was actually planning on saving up for 6900 XT, but when I saw the benchmarks, I was like, okay, it's not gonna be this one, and so I'm probably gonna wait for 3080 Titanium or whatever the stronger version of 6800 XT is. We'll see. I mean, I don't care about ray tracing, and I don't care about 4K or 1440p. I run a 1080p 60 FPS monitor, so that's what I care about. So even a 3070 or 3060 titanium would be good for me. But you never know. I'm planning on upgrading and doing some things better. So I'd rather get a video card that would last me in the next 5-6 years. That's why I'm gonna give it some time, and when I'm ready, whatever is available and the best bang for my buck I will get. I'm gonna spend some more time in this map because it's gearworky map. It's extra 50% gearwork. There's a lot of density, a lot of summons over there. But yeah, the servers are kind of lagging right now, not sure why. I'm gonna check how many people are online in a moment. DLSS is actually very nice, and yeah, AMD right now has that AMD Fidelity FX or whatever it's called. But DLSS is nice if you're doing high resolution stuff, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's if you're gonna be doing 4K and other things like that, where you're upscaling a lower resolution into the higher. But yeah, I think DLSS is a good technology. And I think the one that AMD offers is maybe not as good because it's new. Keep in mind, AMD are famous for becoming much better, getting much better performance out of their GPUs 2-3 months after the GPUs are out, when the drivers are better. So in general, so far the history shows that AMD gets around 15-20% boost in performance. In 2-3 months after a GPU is out, when they optimize the drivers. They're famous for this. Whether it's gonna be the same with this generation, time will tell. But yeah, let me quickly check something. Actually, I forgot what I was gonna check. Oh yeah, I was gonna check how many people are online in Torchlight right now. On Steam. Just let me check here. I'm gonna refresh. Yeah, we shouldn't be seeing performance drops. We shouldn't be seeing such huge performance drops. There's a lead amount of people online. The lead amount of 24-hour peak. Very lead 24-hour peak. But yeah, there's 1,200 people on Steam right now. And I'm assuming not everyone is on the EU servers. It's spread out through different servers, so we shouldn't be seeing performance drops yet. Yet I'm seeing some lagging, some delays today. We'll see how it is. It's what? It's a Sunday? Sunday, yeah, it's a Sunday. So I doubt there's someone monitoring right now. If there is one, they probably are not awake yet, because it's still early morning in San Francisco, where the devs are from. They're in the on the Pacific time zone, so it's a little bit early in the morning. Maybe in a few hours someone would be awake to check. Let's see. Actually, let's look for elites. I'm gonna stop when I find champions. There we go, champions. Yeah, this is one of my favorite builds. And this is kind of evolution of my Absolver Zealot. The natural evolution of the Absolver Zealot after adding some new items to tinker with. And Dark says Hey, so I hit level 45. Okay, congrats on hitting level 45. It's time for you to now do some Fazir, where the monster start at level 46 all the way to level 60 and then start becoming level 60 but with increased HP, movement speed and damage, as you can see on my screen. What do you mean you can't aim with targeted strikes? It goes where your cursor is, but there's a limited axis of where your hero is going. But yeah, explosive arrow is a very good option. If you can't get used to targeted strikes and you can't figure out how to play it, use explosive arrow. But you have to get used to the 0.5 second travel time. When you shoot explosive arrow, as per the patch notes, there should be a 0.5 seconds delay, regardless how far you shoot it. It used to be a different delay based on how far the projectile travels. Then they're saying they made it so that it always takes 0.5 seconds for the projectile to travel. So you have to maybe shoot the projectile in front of the enemy if it's a moving target. Yeah, you have to click in front of the monster where you think your enemy will be in 0.5 seconds. You get used to it. It becomes muscle memory. And it's AoE, so chances of you missing are not that big unless the monster is super quick. You're gonna see it becomes muscle memory once you play long enough with explosive arrow. You kind of get used to how it works. 0.5 seconds to me it looks like 1 second or 0.78, but maybe it's just the delay of the server that makes it look that way to me. But yeah, 0.5 seconds is what they set in the patch notes when they did that change. Dark said he did this. He liked the speed of targeted, but he feels like it misses too often. I can see that. I mean, it takes a while to get used to playing targeted strikes. It's more about positioning yourself. You have to position yourself in a way where the monsters are lined up, like this. See, now they're lined up. If I were to use targeted strikes, I would have gotten all of them with 1 or 2 shots. If I was on a targeted strikes. So it kind of pushes you towards playing a different playstyle, adopting a different playstyle. You have to prime your prey for arrow spray with targeted strike. If you don't prime your prey, you can miss. But yeah, if you don't like the mechanic of it, obviously explosive arrow is a very good alternative. I like both skills. They're my 2 favorite skills in the sharpshooter tree for spamming DPS. I also very much love wingspan, not wingspan, scatter shot. I love scatter shot. But scatter shot is it's a different type of build. It's something that you don't use all the time. Especially when you have the wingspan rifle. Okay, I need some potions. Can I find some more elite monsters? Champions? There we go, elites. final few groups of monsters, and then I can bounce off. Okay, we got those to spawn. Dark says you haven't found noxious infectious shooter either. Oh, that's a bummer. You're having the same luck I'm having on my mage. I can't find that Molten Reach. It's been 2 months since the game servers got wiped. Actually, close to 3 months. It's gonna be 3 months since the wipe. Very soon. And yet, yeah, I still can't find it. I think the wipe was on the 6th of October. 6th of October, 1 week before the launch, they wiped the server. Asharara, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Stroke Club to you. Enjoy your stay. So yeah, it could take a while to get some items, which makes no sense, but it's stupid RNG. Silly stupid RNG. I mean, I can get infectious shooter once at level 5, once at level 6, then a few times at level 11 and 12 while leveling one hero only, and get so many infectious shooters, yet you still haven't gotten one. Some other people could get a ton of what's it called, Molten Reach, but keep in mind the Molten Reach drops only after level 60, so the item I'm trying to get is actually something you can't farm on a WoW. WoWs do get much more legendary drops, that's what I've noticed. With the WoW hero, opening gear bundles gives me much more legendary stuff. With the WoW hero, farming in WoW zones, I get more legendary drops, like Acrid Plains, which is the map that looks like this one I'm doing. There's a lot of drops there. So if you're farming items that are not level 46 or level 60 drops, so meaning it's not a bone razor, it's not Molten Reach, it's not Winter Weave or Ancient Ember set, and there's a few more things that drop at level 60 or 46 only, then you can just go and farm it on a low level hero or with a high level hero in a low level zone. And yeah, my guides are mostly for end game stuff. They're not... On some guides I include how to level up the build, but my builds are end game builds. They're builds to use once you're level 60 and once you have the extra skill points from certain items. If you have some questions regarding how to level, some builds do have this included, others don't. I don't do it for every build, but if someone needs some advice, feel free to ask me, tell me your relic, tell me your class, and I can try and tell you what is good and what isn't good. So, which build are you talking about? Are you talking about this build? The current build I'm using right now, the Absolver Zealot. The one I'm running right now. This is Absolver Zealot 2.0. The build video is coming tomorrow, by the way, regardless whether I get the Molten Reach or not. Oh, you went Sharpshooter Bane, 10 into Spectral Spider. Okay. I'm gonna show you just a moment. So how would I level up a Sharpshooter Bane? Let's open this. So first off, you start with 1 point into tight grouping. And then I would probably put point here or here at my next level, or point into Spectral Spider. It doesn't matter which one. You decide either 1 point here or 1 point here or 1 point here at level 2. Level 3, 4 and 5. You wait at level 3 and 4. At level 5 you put 3 points here to get the extra charge. And at level 5 you should have, you see that's the point at level 3, the point at level 4, the point at level 5, and then you have another extra point at level 5. So you could as well do it like this. At level 2 you get this, at level 3 you get this, at 4 you wait, at 5 you get this. That's another way of doing it. Or you can just ignore the point here and just put the point here, and then at level 5 you can get targeted strikes. But what I would do is, I would do it like this, and then at level 5 I just do this change. I respect this point, I put this point here. Then what I would do is 6, 7. Then I would wait, and then I wait for 8, I wait for 9, then at level 10 I do the 8, the 9, 1 point from 10, and then another point from 10. Then I would probably remove Spectral Spider. I mean, Spectral Spider is good, but I found it very underwhelming while leveling up. And I prefer leveling up with Venomous Maw and the Egg of Mayhem. The Egg of Mayhem triggers from Venomous Maw. Or other skills like that. So yeah, where were we? We're at level 10. Then level 11, 12, 13. 13 here. Then what would I do next? See, I would use this if I get Infectious Shooter. If you get the Infectious Shooter, if you get this, you put points into this one. If you don't get this, don't put points into this one. This one with tier 3 Scout's Bones is amazing, but if you don't get Infectious Shooter, then obviously this is kind of not as good. So what I would do at this point is probably start putting more points into this to get the precision skills extra damage. Or I would start putting more points into this one to max it out. And alternatively you can try and max this one out as well. And later on you would respec. Later on when you're level 60 you can spec into a different build. But I think Venomous Maw is better for leveling up. If you have problems surviving, Poison Nova could help every now and then. 8 Lectile Ice is completely bullshit. Don't put points into this skill. It's very underwhelming. This one is very, very good. Especially this one goes very well with that one. So when you have this maxed out, and you have the Infectious Shooter, this one would trigger very often. And what you can do is max level reload. Gives you extra charge, and you do Scout's Bones, reload, Scout's Bones, reload, Scout's Bones, and this is super high number of procs, which means high number of triggering this. And eventually, when you're max level, you would wanna remove the points from Venomous Maw and put them into Miasma. You don't even have to wait for max level. You can probably do that around level 20 something, 30. It's up to you. I would still probably level up with this until I've got more minions. And Goblin Legion, maybe get it to tier 1 very early in the game, maybe before level 20 you can get this to tier 1, and eventually this one to give you extra cooldowns. And what I do normally is around level 16 I stop leveling up. At level 16 what I do is, ignore my other skill point allocations. At level 16 I start saving points so that at level 20 I can immediately get 6 points into Shasta. This is what you need at level 20, 6 points into Shasta. You can use Respectacles, you can save points. How you go on about it, it's optional, it's up to you. If you have money, you can just spend the points on other skills and then buy Respectacles and then remove points and put them into Shasta, but at level 20 you want Shasta. This one, I wouldn't take it past level 3 or level 6. Even in the end, for the end build. So if I were to do end build right now, I would do it like this. Keep in mind when it's 8, it's actually 10 from the extra points. Just a moment. This one is very underwhelming, the Goblin Brute, but still, when it's 8, it says 8 plus 2. That's what I mean. So, what you're gonna need to use, maybe this one, some points. So this is optional. This gives you extra damage to relic skills, meaning extra damage to this and extra damage to this. The 8-legged allies are not bad to proc certain things, but again, you're probably better off using the Bone Razor Bone Walker or the item I showed earlier, which is the Sword of the Lost Legion, which you have to put on your skill bar. And Sword of the Lost Legion, if you get Frost Wall, right now it's broken, but Frost Wall should get the Sword of the Lost Legion to 30 seconds cooldown. It doesn't, but let me show you what I'm talking about. Sword of the Lost Legion. See, this is a 60-second cooldown skill. This is also a 60-second cooldown skill, but I've gotten it down to 21 seconds. From the cooldown of Dark Spears and the cooldown from the Frost Wall and the North Mace. And this one should be able to get the same effect, and this gives you 10 skeletons. And if you combine this with the Bone Razor and Bone Walker, you can get extra skeletons. I'm gonna quickly show you. I should have a Bone Razor and Bone Walker near here somewhere. But the thing is, you can't use Frost Wall and North Mace with the Bone Razor and Bone Walker. You can use Frost Wall only for 25% cooldown in the Legendarium. And you can wear Bone Walker and then put in the Legendarium the Bone Razor. I'm gonna show you. So, just a moment. I'm just gonna show you the combination you might wanna achieve. So now I'm gonna get this. The thing is, Bone Razor and Bone Walker is very underwhelming now. It used to be good before, but now that we have Sword of the Lost Legion, it's a whole nother story. Just a moment. Okay, you see now I can use this and I can summon skeletons, and we've got 10 skeletons. And then I can use this, and then that's another 10 skeletons. So you've got an army. And that means you would have to put the Frost Wall for cooldown reduction in your Legendarium if you want to wear the Bone Walker. You can combine Bone Walker with Bone Razor while the Bone Razor is in here. You cannot do the opposite. You cannot equip Bone Razor and put the Bone Walker here and get the set bonus. So you would have to put the Frost Wall here if you want the cooldown. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to the way my set was. But hopefully this really kind of gives you an idea. And yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad with the Bone Razor Bone Walker, but it kind of walks you into certain situations that are not as great, because Imbue Relic, you ideally want Imbue Relic, and Imbue Relic is from this item, Ancient Ember Boots. See, on my build, on my website, those items didn't exist when I made it. Ancient Ember Boots gives you this. This is a 60-second cooldown skill, which you can see on a Disc Mage I'm getting down to 21. On a Sharpshooter, you would be able to get it to 24 when they fix it, to get cooldown reduction from the passive bonus of Goose. You should be able to get it to 30 seconds. With Frostwoe and North Mace, or Frostwoe and Glacier's Edge, any of the two. You need the shield be one of the items, and you need either the Glacier's Edge or the North Mace. You can get this to 50% cooldown reduction, and this gets to 30 seconds, which means permanent miasma, permanent 100% damage to minions, which is great, which is amazing. So hopefully this is some helpful information to anyone out there thinking of making infectious summoner. Or not just the infectious summoner, for any summoner build this is useful information to any summoner build. You can make Electrode summoner build, this is pretty fun. It's actually one of the builds I'm gonna make with this hero in a few weeks, because I've got other things I want to do before that with this and some other heroes and in Chaos Bane. But eventually I will make a Disc Mage Electrode summoner build where I'm stacking as many summons as I can to proc a lot of stuff. Yeah, Bane Train is one of the highest DPS classes. My Miasmic Summoner build, Miasmic Train, I mean, not Summoner, Miasmic Train, on the Realm Master is one of the highest DPS builds. Flamethrower car with miasma, with some other things, with flamethrower car % extra damage. It's pretty strong, and if you combine it with Imbue Relic to keep miasma up at all times, you can have some great results there. Wait, what am I missing? It seems like something's missing. Did I fix my Legendarium the way it needs to be? Did I equip everything? I think I did, but okay. What do you mean by power page? Do you mean the calculator, Papi's calculator? Just a moment, I'm gonna show you. Am I getting attacked? Okay, I'm not. So this is it. This is the link. It's on Torchlight fan site. It's Papi. Papi is one of the moderators in the official Torchlight Discord and Twitch. And he's a developer as well, but not Torchlight 3 developer, a different type of developer. So he made this tool. It's still missing some things in the Legendarium part of things, but it's kind of updated. In regards to skills and stuff. Okay, wow. Band of Poison Warning, pretty decent. Let's put those here, because I want to put them back. Holy Fury Spirit Well actually is an interesting combo. For a consecration Holy Fury Spirit Well build. I really want to make that Blood Mage build. Blood Mage build with Holy Fury, Vitality Extractor, Consecration and Spirit Well. Summoner, the Blood Summoner. This is another build that eventually, whenever I'm ready for it, I will make. Is there a point in picking up wood other than legendary at your level? Yes, regardless of what level you are, they sell for the exact same price. A level 60 item sells for the same price as a level 1 item. And if you want gold, you can pick up wood and just send your pet to town. I just don't care that much. Yes, I know gold would be nice. I can gamble with the gold. I can do a lot of things. And I just don't like not being able to auto pick up with the pet. If I could get my pet to pick up by holding, for example, holding out and clicking, out and click, or control and click, and for this item to go straight into my pet inventory, I would be picking every single item, at least every single non-white item, and then sending my pet to town all the time. But I don't like having to open my inventory and clicking on every single item with X so I can send it to my pet inventory. This is just the quality of life is missing there. The quality of life is missing. That's the reason why you don't see me picking up, because it's not user friendly. I have to do this to send items to my pet. Auto wood would be even better if I tell my pet pick up everything that's green and blue, or pick up everything that's green and white. That would be nice, because with token of rapid bartering, it takes your pet, 16 seconds to return instead of 2 minutes. Token of rapid bartering for farming is perfect. It's this one. See, I'm using a level 11 token of rapid bartering. Actually gonna do something and transfer some items from my other hero. Kane, hopefully this kind of gives you an idea about farming and with the token of rapid bartering and things like that. But yeah, if you have token of rapid bartering, you can get a lot of gold per run. Especially on Gearwalkie maps where there's more drops than other maps. Yeah, there may not be as many legendary drops, but you're gonna be seeing a shitload of what's it called? Of rare and magical items on Gearwalkie maps. And blue items are actually very good. Blue items, again, blue items with wife bound. It's much easier to get a good rolled blue item than a good rolled legendary. And since you don't have an affix rerolling system, Many people actually right now the meta is to use full blue. Right now the meta for people who are pushing the Fazir at the high levels is to use full blue because you get so much extra stats. Full wife bound blue set, everything being wife bound with extra 20% stats. You get some ridiculously overpowered items. You get weapons with 20 plus attack on them. One-handed weapons with 20 plus attack. And you can get all of your defenses to like 80% damage prevented or something like that. So that's because of the boring challenge bonus. The challenge bonus is what makes this possible right now. Those extra stats. It's kind of boring to go for a full blue setup, but because you're losing a lot of potential, you're losing what makes builds. You're losing the fun factor of builds by going full blue because you're sacrificing all those extra things that you can get from synergizing certain items together. So yeah, I'm gonna quickly go to a different mage and transfer some items. I wanna transfer a Celestial Cuirass. Not sure which one has it. This one is not a Celestial Cuirass, so maybe this one. This one also doesn't seem like Celestial Cuirass, but this one is completely remodeled, so maybe I do have a Celestial Cuirass. I need a level 60 Celestial Cuirass so I can remove it from my Legendarium. This is Winterweave Cuirass. But it's not bad. I might as well use that one on my hero. And let's see what else I can transfer. That seems better than what I'm wearing. Maybe this one, we'll see. This one seems like a good one. So the Winterweave Cuirass I definitely want to transfer, because that extra gear work will come very handy. Okay, so let's put the Winterweave Cuirass here, and what else? This one's pretty good, Entropy Absolver. I think this one. Yeah, that's kind of gonna be it. Let me just quickly get rid of this. I'm gonna check what's on the Frost Mage as well. Maybe the Frost Mage has something decent to trade to my other hero as well. This one's not bad. This one gives me mana regen and extra defense and crit damage, but it's base evasion. Not sure I really like it. Definitely not that one. If this one didn't have gold work and bleed duration, but rather had some crit damage and defense, it would have been amazing. I'm probably still gonna transfer it. I'm thinking of replacing Walkaway Storm, which is at level 1, with this arc powered charged up buff, I mean, for extra movement speed and stuff. And the extra proccing it would cause would be pretty decent. So where were the other things? They were in here. Okay, let's move one thing quickly. I'm gonna move this, put this here, and put this here. I'm gonna put the boots as well. I think those boots are better than what I've got. Felipe says, in your opinion, what is the best relic for Dusk Mage? There's two good relics that are good for damage, Electrode and Flaming Destroyer. Either of those two is not a bad choice if you want to maximize your damage output. Electrode is my favorite relic on any class, not just on the Dusk Mage. It just I like it, and it's not because I'm struck and it fits with my whole channel's theme. It's just I like Electrode a lot, and I like proc monster builds. And both Electrode and Flaming Destroyer can be good for either proc monster builds or for builds where you do damage directly. It just depends which skills you invest into, whether you focus on the procs more or whether you focus on the direct damage more. So they're good. They're definitely your two damage relics for every class. Regardless whether it's Dusk Mage or not, if you want damage, you take Electrode or Flaming Destroyer, with the exception of Realm Master, Train builds, and Bane. Realm Master is the one exception where Bane is also an amazing choice if you want damage. So I can lose some defense, but I can reroll that armor. If I get lucky, hopefully I get lucky. Shit, I didn't get lucky. So the Ancient Ember boots, are they better than... They're obviously better. A lot more defense. I can get a lot more defense from those. But this one is better, because I can get more defense in it. And there's a relic energy cost with a little bit more. The damage with Light Spear, kind of wish I didn't lose this one for stupid gold work. Gold work and potion work and health regen, the worst stats ever. This one gives me 5% mana regen. So I can lose poison defense and fire defense. But I get whitening defense. 55, 61. 5260. But I get crit chance as well. Okay, it's not that bad. We can play with this for a bit, see how it goes. So now that I've got charged up, I might as well use it. Seems like a good thing to use. Something that's very meta right now is Consecration, and you can combine Consecration with Spirit Well, and the spirits can give you extra damage while they're inside the field. It's a little bit boring to make this in every build, but you could do it in every build. I could suggest doing this combo. I just want to keep this as close as possible to the old version, to the way I played it before. By the way, did the server become better? Is the ping fixed? I think I still have problems with the ping, but we'll see. It doesn't let me enter. What the? I think it's broken. It's not letting me do anything. Alright, let's try and create it anew. Okay, that fixed it. And yeah, Dark said the loading times in online are so bad compared to single player. Yes, because it's the server. And the netcode is doing something in a very, very wrong way, or very, let's not say wrong way, in a very non-user friendly way. The way the zone controller and all of that, all their systems there that spin up the maps works is not 4 times longer. It could be 10 times longer at times. See, when this game is installed on an SSD and you're playing offline, the loading time can be under a second sometimes. Sometimes it would load in a second, 2 seconds. Do you see how many seconds it took me to load up, to start actually loading up? This was probably half a minute. And half a minute definitely is a lot better than 1-2 seconds, a lot worse than 1-2 seconds. So you can see sometimes the difference is huge. But again, you can't play offline heroes online, so there's the downside of that. But I understand why that's there as a system to prevent people from cheating in the online. But yeah, if you're never planning on playing with others, sticking to single player is pretty nice. You cannot get gifts in the single player, so whenever they send extra gear bundles and things like that, like they did around the Christmas holidays, whenever they send us some stuff over the mail, single player players won't get those. But yeah, if you're not planning on grouping up with others and we always play solo, might as well stick to offline. Because you're not gonna get any server related issues when playing offline. Okay, there we go. Okay, I need to quickly try and send my pet for potions. Alright, there we go. But yeah, that Molten Reach still doesn't drop. My account is cursed. I'm never gonna get this item. It will be... It probably needs to be Easter for me to get this item. Physical and fire, but with HP at the top. And no sockets. Come on. Load up. See, yet another long loading. Yeah, this has nothing to do with the hardware. This slow loading, it's all server stuff. It's all about the netcode. I mean, obviously having better hardware would make it quicker, but it's not that what's bottlenecking those. Anyone who has played offline would feel bad when returning to online when they see those loading times. I know once I played for a bit offline because there were some problems with the servers and I needed to record some footage of something. I know I didn't want to return to the online, but I kind of needed to. Alright, let's do this. Let's see. Come on. There's no longer Angered Ancestors. I can keep doing some of the higher level maps. But the higher level maps are not gonna yield much better wood, are they? I'm at 24 gear work. This one gives me another 20. I really want to use the Winter Weave Gauntlets. It's very hard to implement Winter Weave Gauntlets. I have to either lose the Liu General or the Mana Infused, and losing Mana Infused is kind of suicide for this build. I definitely don't want to lose Ancient Ember Boots. So I think the option would be losing the Liu General or losing the Winter Weave Cuirass. I'm fine with losing the Winter Weave Cuirass. If I find a good Celestial Armor, Celestial Chest Armor for level 60, that's gonna be it. I'm gonna equip it, I'm gonna wear it, I'm gonna remove it from my legendary and then implement Winter Weave Gauntlets for survivability. Let's see here. Dividing Gold Waki. Come on, give me Dividing Gear Waki.
You say that now. That makes me strangely.
This one's not bad. What's the time now? 5:41. We've got another like 5 hours. Am I gonna get this item in 5 hours? Yeah, I'm starting to feel like either my account is really broken or they've removed this game from the drop table recently. It's just super weird not being able to get one stupid item. Out of 100 and something items, this one just refuses to drop. And it's not like it's the best item in the game, it's just my favorite item. It doesn't make the skill overpowered, it gives the skill 8 seconds cooldown without increasing the damage, just increasing the number of projectiles. So right now I can get much more DPS out of this skill compared to with the item, because I can get much more than 2 casts of the skill in 8 seconds. I can cast Entropy with casting speed probably 4, 5, 6 times, maybe even more. So it's not like it's an overpowered item. It's just providing me with an extra cooldown skill, which helps me get more mana infused, which helps me get more mana again. So I'm not even using it as much for the damage, more so that I get an extra stack of mana infused, and have less spamming Entropy, more spamming Absolver. Jacek is back. Welcome back, Jacek. I still have no idea how to pronounce this, but welcome back, dude. But yeah, if anything, the Molten Reach is actually nerf to entropy instead of buff. Because yeah, look at how many times I can cast entropy in 8 seconds. I can definitely cast probably 10 entropies in 8 seconds. And the only thing it gives me for that 8-second cooldown is double the projectiles. That's it. But the one thing I care about is the mana infused, which gives me 10% extra mana again per second. This is what I care about. This is why I need Molten Reach. What's this? What's this? In fact, implementing charge up instead of Walkaway Storm gave me another stack of potential stack of mana infused, which is pretty nice. Instead of charged up, I could use Consecration though for some damage. What if I were to do it? Let's say how that would work. Putting this here. The thing is, it keeps me in place. If it was something that moves with me as an aura, I would have loved it more. Yeah, success after dinner with parents in WoW. Oh, so you just had dinner with your parents in WoW, or are you going to have dinner right now? I'm assuming you just had the dinner. If only we could get Spirit Well to taunt. Like, I wouldn't mind max level Spirit Well if I knew it taunted. If I knew that brute can keep the enemies off of me. You're doing 3 p.m. nap? Oh, 3 minutes nap now. Okay. Enjoy the nap. But what do you mean by 3p? Do you mean 3 minutes or 30 minutes? Because 3 minutes nap that's that's kind of interesting. Well, enjoy the Torchlight 3 playtime. Good luck with the drops. Hope you have better luck than me. And see, I'm actually getting legendaries sufficiently often. It's just not the ones I need. And that's the weirdest thing, because they made it so that you get more class-specific legendary drops. And even with getting more class-specific legendary drops, Molten Reach seems to be just unobtainable. What's broken with the drops so that this item doesn't drop? 3 months. 3 months I've been trying to get it since the 6th of October. This is why I think we need some improvements, quality of life improvements, where we can exchange items for other items by kind of like transforming them by paying some resources. Let's collect some bundles. It's gonna take forever. Sasha B says, I taught a blue weapon with 5,539 fire damage. You found a blue weapon with that much fire damage, and now you wrote 12 damage on it, and on the dummy it only does 30 damage more. What do you mean it only does 30 damage more? That shouldn't be how much more damage you get. Something's wrong there. I find it hard to believe you only do 30 damage more. Are you sure you were doing the exact that you had the exact same amount of buffs and things on yourself with and without that extra damage on it? Because I can demonstrate it pretty easily that it doesn't happen that way to me. I can show you a weapon without the damage in the socket and with the damage in the socket. Let's take... which weapon should I take? Let's take Max's item. This is named after Max Schaefer. So let's take Schaefer's needle. So you can see right now, this does 13,000. So 13,189. If I go and add some damage to this, $15,000. You see, that's a solid increase. And if I try and add more damage, which I probably won't be able to, but yeah, I couldn't. I'm not gonna waste any more on this, but yeah, you saw how I got a very good increase in the damage. So there was definitely a gain. It was pretty good. Make sure you didn't have something like battle cry on you while you were testing before.
Welcome back, contender.
Make sure you're using the exact same skill and everything else is the exact same in the items.
Say that now. Oh, so tough. If you think you can take it.
This is the best thing you can farm for fame.
Next time.
Which reminds me, I need to collect some more of those. But yeah, there should be memes about the Molten Reach by now. Come on. Come on, gear bundles. I know you wanna drop this. Look at how many contract levels I've collected. Obviously not all of those contract levels went on a mage, but a big number of them were used on a mage. Probably 1/3, probably 1,000 contract level bundles were opened on a mage. A few more contracts, then I'm gonna go do some more maps. Sasha says, okay, I'm gonna go and test it again. It's equal what sort of element. It doesn't matter what element you add. Add hot or cold. Hot or cold is the best because out of 6 possible things, 2 are flat damage. There isn't anyone with as much flat damage ratio, flat damage versus other things ratio. So 4 out of 6 are affixes that are not flat damage. 2 out of 6 are flat damage here. 0 flat damage here. 1 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Obviously very bad ratio here. Blunt force 1 out of 5. So not that bad, but definitely better to do 2 out of 6 when enchanting. Almost cleared out there. 15 more left, come on. I should probably run some of those blue maps.
Your pet is back.
Come on, come on. Drop, drop. Drop that item. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make the build video without this item, obviously. And the game just hates me.
Welcome back, contender.
Any good maps here? No.
If you think you can take your pet has returned. Again,
Actually, I already checked those. Let's go to Stormbringer. Quote gear Waki. Let's do this one. I should probably do some of my blue maps. I've got a lot of those right now. But yeah, I suspect that there's something wrong. I suspect that they accidentally broke the drop rates of this item. If someone has gotten a Molten Reach recently, share it with me, so I know that it's not broken and that I'm not wasting my time trying to get something that just doesn't drop. It's happened. I mean, it's happened before. For them to mess up something on an item, so it's not out of the question. I'd like to think that's not the case, but who knows, maybe it is. So if someone has gotten in the last 1-2 months Molten Reach to drop from anything, whether it's a gear bundle or monster or boss or chest, would like to know, so that I know I'm not wasting my time trying to get it. I know it only drops at level 60, so obviously it's an item that you can only get after you reach max level. But even then, it doesn't mean it needs to be this difficult to obtain. To obtain an item that actually nerfs your damage instead of buffs it. Your damage per second. Oh RNG, oh RNG, why you're such a bitch. Maybe we can make it instead of all Christmas tree or Christmas tree, all Molten Reach or Molten Reach. Why is RNG such a bitch? Come on. Come on, drop. It's not dropping. Come on. Let's see over here. Ah, that's my pet. Looks like an enemy. Let's keep clearing the map. There's gotta be something that drops. Come. Yeah, for the past 2 days, 95% of the drops I get have been pretty much useless legendary drops. That either get dismantled or just not useful at all. And maybe are good for another build, but not for this one. Is there no elite here? Yeah, no elite here. And thank you, Kane Storm, for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Pub. Really appreciate the follow, dude. Come on, game, drop. It doesn't drop. Never have I grinded for an item this much in this game. Come on. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna start running a few blue maps so I can get rid of some of those scrolls in my inventory. I think I've got like 12, 13 of those. Okay. You can get those to like 7, 8, 9. And if someone wants to farm together so we can buff each other's gear work, wouldn't mind a teammate. But again, I don't like pushing the high fuzzier stages because I'm against the overpowered gear that drops on the higher fuzzier stages, and against this whole power creep stuff. But if someone doesn't mind farming some of the lower fuzzier stages or some blue map works, could use that extra gear work buff. It's not gonna be much, but hey, it's still extra 15% gear work, and it's definitely quicker to kill stuff together. Right. Oh, the tablet dropped. Okay. Yeah, this one kind of was a very quick map. Let's see what the boss brings. We got Master Marrow. Okay. This one used to be called Bruce Willis before. I wonder if Bruce Willis's agents or whatever contacted them to ask them to change the name. But yeah, suddenly they were asking people for ideas for a new name of the NPC that was called Bruce Willis. And I liked Bruce Willis. It was actually a very nice and fun play on words there. Nope. Nope.
Your pet has arrived.
Okay, let's do another 2-3 maps of the blue ones. How are my respectacles? I'll probably need around 40 respectacles when I change the build. After the build video, I've got 45, which is nice. Oh, I got the bugged map. Where the road is blocked. See, this shouldn't be happening. A map where you can't go. You can't go down. See, this is as broken a map can get. See, this thing here, this stone is in the way, and this stone here should not be in the way to the stairs. So there's stairs over here that let us go down. It happens. I've not seen this map in a long time. I'm not sure if it's Mapworks only. Maybe it's just a Mapworks only design. And that's broken because I've not seen this in the Fazir. I think the last time I got this this book, it was again in a Mapworks layout. Getting a new North Mace would also be something that I'm looking forward to. A North Mace with chance to shock, or a Glacier's Edge with chance to shock. And maybe some sockets or some extra damage. Nightmare says, is this game good on Switch? On Switch there are some performance problems with certain things. It's a good game on Switch, but again, it has some problems with the performance, especially if you're playing the Lightning subclass, the Electrode. So keep that in mind. You might, if you play offline, it's better. But again, on old generation consoles and on Switch, I'd rather inform people, let them know that they might see some performance problems, and especially if you're playing online, you might see some disconnects. You might see some disconnects when playing the Electrode, especially if you're far from the servers. They've got servers in multiple regions, so I'm not sure how it will be for you. But I'm just relaying the message I've received from some of my viewers. Some of my viewers play on Switch, and they've told me that it runs very bad for them, especially when playing the Lightning Relic. But it's definitely a good game, to play on the Switch. It fits well on that platform. I'm just not sure if it's ever gonna get optimized to not disconnect people or to not drop the flames when playing with the Electrode. And Kane started, he said he started playing today and started with the Forged and Bloodbringer Ray. Is that a good choice, or should I go for another easier character as a beginner? As a beginner, I would say anything with Electrode or Flaming Destroyer is good. The only exception would be Train-based Railmaster with Bane. That's also a pretty strong setup, Miasma and the Train. So anything with Electrode, anything with Flaming Destroyer is a good combo. Or Train Railmaster with Bane. Also a good combo. In general, Bloodbringer is a survivability relic. It's a relic that lets you have some wife steal and heal and things like that. You can do some damage, but not as much. You have some survivability, you have the healing there. So you're gonna be tankier than someone on another relic. But you're definitely not gonna do amazing damage. Good damage, but not amazing damage. Especially on a Forged. Forged is good. Right now, Forged with the rework is good, but it gets better when it's higher level. At the start you might have some problems, some troubles. I think Disc Mage or Sharpshooter with Electrode or Flaming Destroyer are what I would suggest to new players. It's first playthrough. Unless they're on old generation console or Switch, then I would suggest Flaming Destroyer on any class, but ideally Mage or Sharpshooter. But any class is fine with the Flaming Destroyer. Especially now with the reworked Forged, it's so strong, especially Pressure Shot. I love Pressure Shot. Pressure Shot, Vortex Bomb, amazing skills on the Forged tree. On the Bro and on the Barrage skill trees. Yeah, definitely doing some research does help. I'm planning on making some content very soon. I was waiting for the Forged to get reworked, but I will make some content about every hero, about the skills, about every relic, and showcasing the skills. Basically, I need to update my old class showcases, which are kind of outdated and are showing things that don't work exactly the way they do. So I have to update those. I was just waiting for the forge to work and to make sure they're done with all the rebalances and major changes. I'm gonna have to sit one day and record that footage. And now that we have dummies, it will be much easier because it would mean I don't need to go attack monsters to show you the skills in action. I can just attack my dummies and that would be enough to show every skill of every class in action. You need some spectacles to do this, but it needs to be done. Thankfully I don't need to have a point anymore in a skill to be able to use it, so I can just show what the skill looks like at level 1. Excluding the tier 1, tier 3 modifiers. Okay, what's here? Okay, what's here? I think it's time to enter the portal. Maybe just finish the other side of the map. This side. Didn't I come? Oh yeah, I didn't come from this side. That's nice.
Your pet has returned.
And Kain asks, are there any sites where I can find guides online? Well, I'm not sure about other sites. I mean, I do have some guides on my website. And then there's an official wiki. And then there's Torchlight fan site, but I don't know what about Torchlight 3 is on Torchlight fan site. My pet comes back so quickly because it has token of rapid bartering. It reduces the travel time by 90%. You can see I'm even using a level 1 because I don't have a better one. But it's totally worth it. It's totally worth it. I always say in my builds, I always say to consider using this one for farming. And Jacob says, "Hey Struck, hope you are doing good today." Well, kind of. Yeah, I'm doing good, but I'm also getting pissed off at the game and the shitty drop rates. I mean, I've been trying to get an item since the 6th of October. That's when they wiped the servers and let us play post-launch a week early. So since then I've been trying to get this one shitty item and it just doesn't want to drop. And I've been grinding on this hero for a long time and on other heroes, other disc mages. Obviously I didn't spend all my time playing disc mages, but I've been trying for a long time. I'm starting to believe it's broken and it just doesn't drop unless someone confirms they've recently gotten it. I hope it gets better, but I don't think it will until a developer looks into the drop rates for this item. I think they messed up something in the drop rates because it makes sense for this item to just not drop that much. Either something is bad over there, and it's not the first time where something would have gone wrong. There have been cases where they would mess up something on the blueprint, like attach the wrong skill to a certain item, or mess up the drop rates of a certain group of items. So it happens. They're human. Mistakes happen, but I hope someone can look into this item and see why it's not dropping. Because it seems super fishy. Unless someone comes on the stream and tells me, hey, I've got the Molten Reach, I got it from a boss, I got it from a gear bundle, etc. It drops. I mean, I've gotten it before the server wipe. I've gotten it before the server wipe and it used to drop then. It only drops after level 60. But even then, even though it only drops after level 60, it should have dropped multiple times to me already since the game launched. It's just not fun if you want to do a certain build and then the game just doesn't respect your time. A game should respect your time and you should be able to get every item in the game if you put enough time into it. And I've definitely put enough time into this game. I've definitely put so much more time in this game than in other games. Okay. Okay, some elites here. Kane says, are there... okay, I actually already answered that about the websites. But yeah, Torchlight fan site is the only website Torchlight related I know. I'm not sure how much information about Torchlight 3 they've got there. And then there's the official wiki, which hasn't been updated much. So I guess if you need any information, just ask me. Most things I do know, there are probably some things I still don't know. And I've got guides on my YouTube and on my website on struckpub.xyz. Go. Come on. Drop something good, drop something good. You're going to start Torchlight 3 on PS5. Oh, that's nice. PS5. That game's gonna have some amazing performance on the PS5. There we go. starting to fill up quickly now. Haven't seen any legendaries in a long time, by the way. Pretty strange. Any recommendations on a good starter build? Anything with Electrode and Flaming Destroyer is good. Regardless what class you want, I would go for the Electrode or the Flaming Destroyer as a starter build. As I said earlier, one other exception is Realm Master with the Train and Bane. That's the one non-Electrode, non-Flaming Destroyer viable choice as a good first build. Good build to start first, but Electrode for me is my favorite subclass. It's pretty solid. It's got lots of ways to build it. Every single active skill on the Electrode is pretty decent. So you can go for Localized Storm, you can go for Chaotic Strikes, you can go for Conjure Electrode even. They're all good. Obviously 1000 Volt Burst is an ult, so it's a different category of active skill. Oh, come on. Okay, what have we here? Any elites? There we go. Oh, that's gonna be a nice big bunch of enemies. It was lagging. I'm not sure why it's lagging, but yeah. It was showing me that Consecration was within cooldown when it was not. I think I kind of broke it a bit again. Electrode, breaking Torchlight since 2019. I think sharpshooters and disc mages are very good for first heroes. Especially the sharpshooter. The sharpshooter is the most typical class It's very close to rangers in other games, to marksman ranger classes in other games. It doesn't have a mechanic that's like the harmonic form mechanic of the Dusk Mage. You don't need as many specific items to get certain things to be strong. So for this mage you definitely need specific pieces of the celestial armor to get the most out of the class. On sharpshooter you can just get your extra skill points from the musketeer set, and then the rest is just kind of optional stuff. And the sharpshooter has very good damage from the get-go. Even from the first levels the sharpshooter does good damage. With the Dusk Mage the damage is not bad, but it starts shining once you get the Celestial Gauntlets. Once you get this item. Once you get this item and get another 2 pieces of the set, it starts becoming a little bit easier to level up a Dusk Mage. And you can't guarantee you're gonna get those items while leveling up. Most likely actually you won't get them while leveling up. Not everybody has the luck I had when leveling this hero to get, before reaching level 15, 4 or 5 different drops of the celestial set. So you can get those bonuses. So this hero had a very good work while leveling up, but in general you get more drops in the low levels on a low level hero. There's something weird in the game. Low level heroes get more legendary items than high level heroes, and low level zones drop more than the end game zones. Not sure why it works that way, but it's facts. I'm not the only person that has noticed this. Cactus says, when you have a break, can you quickly show in the planner how to level Electrode Sharpshooter? Maybe then Molten would drop. Hopefully. I showed it a few times yesterday, but I've got some things I can copy paste for you. I can copy paste some links. Let me finish this map. Let's go kill the boss and then I can show you. There's multiple ways, so you gotta decide. Do you want to level up with chaotic strikes or with localized storm? I think localized storm is the easier one to pick, but it's not gonna give you as much burst damage as chaotic strikes. Chaotic strikes is good to help you burst on bosses, to unload all that energy that you've saved up on the bosses. Okay, let's open the planner. Let's show it and let's select the. Actually, it's selected sharpshooter. Let's select electrode. So at level 1 you have this. At level 2 I would pick this. At level 3 I would do this, probably. At level 4 I would wait. At level 5 I would do 1, 2, 3 with the 2 points from level 5. Then I would also remove this and put it here. Then at level 6 I would do this. Level 7 level 8. Level 9 you wait. Level 10 1 point here, 1 point here, and you have extra points which you could probably put here. Then level 11 and 12, so that's 11. That's 12, 13, 14, 15, and then you wait 16, 17, 18, 19, and the 2 points from 20, that's 6 points total for Way of Shasta. So after level 15 you start waiting. You can put the points if you have money, if you have respectacles. You can put points somewhere and then put them into Shasta, but at level 20 you want to have 6 points for Shasta. Keep in mind you get 2 points at level 5, at level 10, at level 15, level 20. Every 5 levels until level 55, starting at level 5, you get 2 instead of 1 point. So then that's it at level 20. At level 21, keep in mind you don't need to use Lightning Strike until you have chance to shock. If you don't have chance to shock Lightning Strike, it's not gonna be great, because it's not gonna trigger. You can get chance to shock here, only 10%, but early in the game it's probably better to put the point elsewhere. But maybe putting 1 point here is not gonna be bad. So I'd say level 21 you probably do this, 22 you do this, and now you have extra damage to precision skills. Now 23, 24, 25, this, and then 26, 7, 8, 9, 30 and 31. That's one way of doing it. Keep in mind you might want to put points into Scout's Bones and max it out if you get the Infectious Shooter. Egg of Mayhem you don't need, that shouldn't be here. This one, you only put points into this if you get that item. Then eventually you might want to max this one out, and eventually you might want to put points here, put points here. Then eventually you might want to put points here for the damage to relic skills, and here for cooldowns, and eventually points here as well, and obviously at least 1 point here, but even 6 points here is not bad. And eventually when you're max level you should have something that looks like this. Optionally you can get healing from this, optionally you can get stun from this. What I would do is I would probably put some points here for the duration. If you don't use 1000 volt burst, if you don't want points into 1000 volt burst, that's fine. You can put some points here. This is kind of optional, the final few points. So yeah, just don't waste points into Scout's Bones until you get the Infectious Shooter to drop. And at level 20 you really want level 6 Royal Shasta. See, when you're leveling up, you're not gonna have extra skill points, meaning you really need the 6 points there. Later when you have extra 1-2 points you can make it 5 or 4, and the same goes for every other skill. But yeah, that's kind of how you might want to level it up. I can try and give you some links now that I was sharing yesterday and the other day. For example ways, not the must be that way, else it sucks, but example ways of how you could. Just a moment, I need to quit and restart my Discord because it glitched out. Example ways of how you might want to have the skill points at certain levels. So where was the message? Where did I put it? Wait, where did I put those? Oh yeah, there we go, with 27 points. So around level 23. So this is the theory craft for 27 points around level 23. Make sure you copy paste the whole link if it doesn't open properly, because it cuts off. And then with 46 points. And this is without including extra levels from the set. And there's one more example. One more example that somehow didn't... I'm not sure what happened. It seems like it disappeared. A message. I had a message here. Oh, this is... And now this is it for just a moment. Now I'm gonna show you for 70 points. This is what I do with 70 points. And again, as I've just copy pasted the message, and yeah, you might want to remove the points from Energizer once you get Imbue Relic, because you pretty much don't need it. Imbue Relic would let you keep 100% uptime of Woko Ice Storm, especially if you have the Frost Wall, and even further so if you have the North Maze or Glacier's Edge with it. So hopefully that's useful information to anyone planning on making Sharpshooter Electrode for first or not first build. So this thing that you're seeing on the screen is Electrified Sharpshooter 2.0. It's coming as a build in probably 2 weeks or a week and a half. I've just got some other things I want to do before it. So eventually it's gonna come as a build. I just can't do it immediately. It's what I've got on my Electrode Sharpshooter right now as a setup. But it's the evolution of the Electrified Sharpshooter. And it's a pretty fun build. Pretty fun build, pretty good build as a first build to try for players that are new to the game. Anarchy feels it. Getting a legendary this run, you feel it. Yeah, okay, let's hope I get, even if it's not the Molten Reach, it better drop one. If we play in multiplayer, that's more gear work. I noticed more drops yesterday when we were in a team. So if anyone wants to farm together for some wood, we are better off teaming up instead of playing solo. We do get extra 15% gear work, which is pretty decent. Right now I've got 24% gear work.
Life support systems repaired.
And Cactus just gifted a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, Cactus, right in the feels. Thanks for the tier 1 gift sub. Anarchy says, wish he had a PC. And by the way, Anarchy, you are right, we got that drop. We got that Sword of the Lost Legion. It may not be Molten Reach, but it did drop. And thanks again, Cactus, right in the feels. It's not a bad one, no SWATs though, no sockets. And a lot of skill level stuff inside, chance to knock back. It's basically something that's gonna end up getting salvaged, but it's still a legendary. It's one essence powder. 4 more of those and I can go into the alpaca level. see the irony in this thing I just said. How in the alpaca level you have to waste 5 legendary items to access it, and you don't have a guaranteed legendary drop in there. It would be nice if you could get a guaranteed legendary in the alpaca level. Just one guaranteed legendary drop. I mean, you pay 5 legendary items worth the essence, which definitely means it should give you at least 1/5 of what you pay back. Yeah, just one. I mean, I'm not asking give me 5 legendaries for each alpaca level. Just one, and from the boss or from the boss chest, one of those things. Because you're sacrificing 5 legendaries to enter. I wouldn't, if I had guaranteed legendary drops in the alpaca level, believe me, I would be farming that one. I wouldn't be doing Fazir, because I wouldn't care about the extra stats I get from the Fazir, because I just want the stupid Molten Reach for my Legendarium. I would even wear a level 40 Cuirass, level 40 Celestial Cuirass if need be, so I can make room in my Legendarium for the Molten Reach. And I'm not saying the Molten Reach makes this build OP, it's just the way I want the build to be. It's just my missing piece of the puzzle for this build. Definitely you can get more damage without the Molten Reach for this build. Especially if you focus on spamming Entropy. You can see how many times I can cast Entropy within 8 seconds. Definitely more than 2 times. So definitely would be getting less DPS with the Molten Reach. There we go. Intolerant Vigilant says, can you change relics? No, you cannot. You have to level up a new hero if you want to change the relic. They removed the option to change relics when they made them subclasses. So the moment they made the relics a subclass, after player feedback that there weren't enough skills and that we only had 2 skill trees, when we actually did have 3 skill trees because the relics did give us another skill tree, but people didn't count it as a skill tree because it wasn't officially a subclass. And when they made the relics give us much better skills and much better passives and just made them better overall, they made them subclasses and they made them a permanent choice at character creation. Before, relics used to be items, tools that you craft. And you used to be able to just have a slot where you put the relic and you could just remove it, replace it with another one, give one relic to another hero so they don't have to level up, and you could start with the already leveled up relic on a level 1 hero, and they had separate levels that are different than your character, and you had a fixed amount of skill points that you could put in the relic. I like the new skill system better than the old one. I just wish I could change my subclass. At level 60, maybe after beating the game and reaching level 60 and getting some sort of consumable and paying some sort of gold and unspecking every single skill point from my relic, I wish I was able to unspec. Let's say I get this 5 and 5, 10, 20, 26, 30, those 30 electoral points. Let's say I have 30 spectacles, I remove those points, I get some sort of consumable item, and I pay some gold to an NPC, and to be able to respect this class would have been amazing. I do like the new skill system better than the old because it improved the relics in a big way. The relics were much more boring before, and they had much less things to do, much less procs, much less active skills. They only had one active and the ultimate. And it was kind of boring, and the procs weren't that amazing either. I'm pretty sure 90% of the player base thinks that we should be able to change them. I'm pretty sure the majority of the players, if you ask every single player out there to decide should relics slash subclasses be something you could change, I'm pretty sure that 90% of them, maybe even more, would say yes if given the option to vote. But it's nice at least that we have them as subclasses, and I like it better than the old system for sure. Just the fact that I can't change it is the one thing I don't like. If they give me extra character slots, if they give me extra 7 character slots, so I can have 20 characters, each one on a different class and subclass combo, I wouldn't mind it as much. But right now I have to create 7 heroes on the offline server if I want to have one of each. See, I can have 13 character slots on the online, and that doesn't fit all 20 combos. And in my stream once, in the chat, there was the creator of one of the creators of Torchlight, the CEO of Extra Games, Max Schaefer. He ended up coming to my chat once as I was streaming, and I did kind of complain that I would like to see more character slots. And he did say they could do that, but I guess they never actually made it a priority or anything to add more character slots. I think if you have 20 different combinations your players can play, you should at least give them 20 slots so they can have one of each. So I wouldn't mind having to level up a new relic, but the thing is, right now, if I want to keep my heroes online, I have to delete. If I want 20 combinations, 20 heroes, one for each combo of subclass and subclass, I need to delete heroes after one point. Once I make 13 and fill up all my character slots, I'm forced to delete some. And nobody likes deleting heroes if they've spent hours and hours, dozens of hours, hundreds of hours on that one hero, just so they can try a different combo. And yeah, I can create it in offline and have 7 heroes in offline, but that's not the same because I can't play it with others, and just different. And I did say it back in the day before they even made that change. I think it was June or July when they asked us what we think about what they're planning to make for the relics, planning to make them subclasses. It must have been July, because they patched on August, in August. And I did say, okay, if you make it, give us more SWATs, because the current amount of SWATs is not gonna be enough. So half a year ago I told them that if they make this change, and when they make this change, they should give us more hero SWATs. I'm still to see my hero SWATs increase to 20, so I can have one of each combo. I mean, it's not like every single person would use all 20 character SWATs. It's definitely gonna require more resources, more database resources to make every account have 20 character SWATs, but not every person would occupy those character SWATs completely. Most people play on 1, 2, 3 heroes every year at most. There are some people like me though that just love testing it all. Love leveling outs. As I like to call autist with L, autist. That's what I like to call myself. I just love the outs and leveling outs and checking new builds and things like that. This is very decent. As a poison weapon, it's pretty decent. If you wanted a different build, you would need to make a new one. Is exactly the way it is right now. Well, you can actually make the same build on a different... you can make a different build on the same relic. I mean, with this relic, I can make a summoner. I can make a build with more light, less dark. I can make a build with more dark, less light. I can make a build where I'm spamming dark or where I'm spamming light. Where I'm using light on cooldown or dark on cooldown. So there's many ways you can build it. I can make a build where I'm using basic attacks instead of my regular skills. I can make a build where I'm using Walkaway Storm, or where I'm focusing on chaotic strikes, or one like this one. I mean, there's ways to go on about it. There's builds where you don't use this and use something else instead. So builds are plenty. Builds are plenty in this game. Even with the same class and subclass, you have options. You have variety. You can experiment a lot.
Your pet has returned.
I don't have disc mage characters. You can see all my characters. I mean, I've tested one of each. I've tested every single combo from the top. Oh, my game crashed. I've tested every single combination from the 20 combos, and that was majorly thanks to the test server. On the test realm, it allowed us to create heroes and just level them quickly. So as a result to the public test realm and private test realm, I've been able to make some builds. I've been able to make some builds that were that are not on this account yet, because they're on this account but on a different server. You have to change servers when you're going between the test realm and the other one, and it has separate heroes, separate fort stuff, but you can't play on the test server all the time. So you can see I've got Forge Blood Drinker, Realm Master Blood Drinker, Realm Master Bane, Electro Sharpshooter, Flaming Destroyer Sharpshooter, Flaming Destroyer Disc Mage, Cold Heart Disc Mage, and Electro Disc Mage. And eventually I will fill up all 13 slots here. I will make 5 more heroes bit by bit. It just takes a while to level them up, to gear them up, to make them ready for builds. And El Castillo is back. Welcome back, El Castillo. Nice to see you again. Is it time to do some gambling? We've got 8 point something thousand. Maybe it's too early, but let's try. Can you have more than 13 characters? You can have 13 characters on online and then another 13 characters in offline. Or you can have 13 characters online in one account and then buy the game again and have another 13 characters online. But yeah, buying the game again, having two accounts, constantly switching between one Steam account and another is just not the way I like to do it. I'd rather not do it that way. If they just gave us 20 character slots for the account, that's all I need, 20 character slots. See, you start with 10 and you get 3 from contracts. So how they do it, whether they give us contracts, new contracts that give us character slots, whether they increase the character slots we get from the current contracts, whether they just give us more starting character slots, it doesn't matter as long as they give me 20 character slots total, so I can have one of each. They shouldn't give it just to me. I'm not the only person that wants 20, but yeah, they should give 20 to everyone, one way or another. Right now you start with 10 and with contracts, as I said, you get 3 times 1 extra slot. So you can see this one, it has an extra character slot at 35. This one, again, around 30 something, has an extra character slot. Extra character slot at 37. And this one has an extra character slot at 35. So, how they do it doesn't matter to me as long as they do it. Kane says, also, do you gain something by playing online other than having the option of playing in a party? Every now and then the developers would send us email rewards. Not email, in-game mail rewards. Like, I can't show you now, but you get some rewards sent to you via mail as parts of events. So you can't get those online. You can't get those offline, only online. Also, there's no cheating, at least no cheating that I know of online. So at least you're guaranteed that you're not gonna play with people who are cheating, because everything's on the server, everything's monitored. You also help them, just by playing the game you're helping them. They collect data regarding what relics we use, what skills we use, what skills we don't use. And they're paying attention what is used, what isn't used, and then if something isn't used as much, then they look into it to see why people are not using this skill or that skill as much. They're also monitoring your certain things with connectivity, etc. So there's a lot of things that are being monitored, so that they can take that data and then use it to improve the game in one way or another. That's why during the early access there were no offline modes. Offline mode came with the launch. They didn't want, they didn't give us the offline so that everything could be monitored during the testing phase. You found something in Chaosbane after completing the campaign with the first character and run the boss mode with other characters and kill all the bosses. You don't need to complete again the campaign mission. Icon is a walked only expansion campaign. I don't think this is bug. I think you can just complete the expansion campaign so you can get the extra skills. The only thing that I'm afraid you might not be able to do is blessing. If you can bless on outs without needing to complete the story, then that's fine. Then just complete Tomb Kings, complete the forges to unlock those passive skills, and then don't do Magnus. I think that's how it is. And as I said the other day, I'm not sure whether you asked me or someone else. Someone asked me if it's possible to skip the campaign. You can skip it and you can level up, but I would still suggest doing Tomb Kings and the Forges, just so you can get those skills like Hero of the Desert, Padded Armor, etc. Hero of the Desert is one of the best skills, so if you have Tomb Kings, definitely worth doing that campaign on every out. And it's a nice way to level up heroes. I like leveling up heroes with Tomb Kings and Forges. Normally when I level up heroes, I start with Tomb Kings, then I move to Forges, and then after that I do Magnus. If I decide to do Magnus. If I don't want to skip it. I don't like the Act 1 questing. It's very boring, it's a lot of running around, it's very time consuming. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Act 1, and Act 2's quests are also kind of very annoying in Chaos Bane. If you've done them once, you don't want to do them again. Act 3 is a bit milder in regards to how time consuming it is, and Act 4 is pretty much very quick. Even though they changed a lot of things with Act 1 and Act 2 with some of the recent patches. Especially Act 1 was completely reshaped and extended with that last patch. Let's see if I've missed some messages. I don't think I've missed any messages. I need to recharge my headset, so I just need a moment to plug it in. In the meantime, I'm gonna send the pet to buy some stuff. Oh, I didn't have money to buy much potions. Alright, just a moment, I need to get my cable.
Your pet has returned.
There we go. Plugging in right now. I can send it again now. It doesn't have. What map is this? Stormbringer, status immune, gear, Wookie. Okay. Status immune, yet I'm still shocking them. Does status immune even work? Or is it like not a complete immunity, but rather just resistance to those effects? Because I can definitely shock them in this map. At least those bosses, they were definitely getting shocked. Because I was seeing the lightning strikes that trigger on shocked enemies only proccing. KD says, hey, what's the point of this game? Well, the point is like any other Wooter game. Make a hero, finish the story, start doing dungeons, get better wood, become stronger, get better wood quicker, experiment with builds, get certain items that allow you to do certain builds, test those builds like any other game, like Diablo, like Path of Exile, like Warhammer Chaos Bane, and all of those games in the genre, that's the point. The point is exactly the same. There is no competitive aspect in this game. You're not competing with others, other than bragging rights, who has reached higher levels of the end game. There is no real competition or anything like that. There's no raids. It's not like an MMO where you have raids. You do have something that's like a dungeon, but it's more like rifting in Diablo. If you've played Diablo 3, think of the rifting in Diablo 3. That's kind of what you have right now. So I can kind of show you. I'm gonna go to the town and explain what the end game is, what you do after you beat the story. It's still a new game, so they still are lacking a lot in the end game department. They only have one major end game activity. With another optional, they have a secret alpaca level, which is an optional end game activity, but it's not something you can spam all the time. Ancient Ember Shoulders, that's a new drop for me. More characters in the future, it's not out of the table, but more subclasses is something that that's probably gonna be more likely in the near future, or let's say in the not so near future, but in the future. So most likely we will see a new subclass, a new relic before a new hero. Because a new hero probably requires 4 times more development than a new relic. Maybe even more than 4 times, maybe 5-6 times more development time is needed for a new hero compared to just a new relic, new subclass. Relics are subclasses. They're calling relics subclasses. Each relic is a subclass. So right now I'm playing with a Dusk Mage class, and the Electrode is my subclass. So this is my subclass, and it has 5 active skills and 5 passive skills. Every relic has 1 aura, 1 barrier, 1 small energy spender, 1 big energy spender, and 1 ultimate. Alongside Energizer, it exists in every relic. Alongside a weapon, basic attack weapon synergy kind of thing, skill. And then the rest is kind of some procs or other passives and things like that. So you have 4 classes and 5 subclasses right now. As I said, that's 20 different combinations you can experience in the game between those classes and subclasses. So soon, maybe not so soon, maybe it's gonna be another half a year or so, but yeah, it's to be expected to see a new relic much sooner than a new class. And they haven't confirmed whether there's gonna be new classes, but they haven't denied it either. I mean, when I started playing, we only had 2 classes. We only had Dusk Mage and Forged. Then eventually they added the Realm Master. Then eventually they added the Sharpshooter. I wouldn't mind an assassin stabby kind of class, or someone that transforms into demons. I theorized it in my stream the other, like 1 week ago, week and a half ago, a class called the Possessed, which has a skill tree that's all about possession. Kind of like the druid in Diablo 2, but instead of transforming in a werewolf or in a werebear or something like that, which is cheesy, everyone is doing it, it's been overdone. Something where you get possessed by the Netherim, and you kind of transform into a Netherim brute or a Netherim warrior, something. You transform into some sort of Netherim warrior creature, whatever it is, and maybe one of the trees could actually transform you into a ranged version. So you can have a ranged skill as well. Something like that would be very nice. It would really fit this game, and then to have the other skill tree being more about like a rogue assassin kind of stabby blink and backstab enemies and things like that, all about crits and stuff like that, attack speed and so on. And that would go pretty well with them enabling dual wielding, but dual wielding would also be something that would require a lot of development. And I've also said it in my streams and also during some developer talks, how they can do dual wielding without requiring as much development, but it's still gonna require a lot of development. For example, look at two-handed weapons. Let's just show you a two-handed weapon for a moment, randomly taking this two-handed weapon. You see, if they make dual wield weapons be a pair, drop as a two-handed weapon, so instead of this being a rifle, this being dual pistols, I would still equip it in this slot and not be able to wear anything in the offhand slot, but this would be two pistols, and that would be easy to balance. Instead of figuring out a system how do we balance putting a weapon in the offhand slot, just make them drop as a pair. Dual pistols, dual daggers, dual maces, whatever dual. Make them drop as a pair and make the game count it as a two-handed weapon. That would be much easier to balance. Obviously, they're still gonna animate every single skill, how that skill is cast with dual wield weapons equipped. They would have to rig everything, the animation and everything like that. So that's still a lot of development and work, but it's still saving them some work and still giving the players dual wielding. Just you won't be able to wield different looking weapons unless they're designed as a pair that way. For example, designing one light and dark dagger be the pair. So one of the daggers is light, the other one is dark, or designing one dagger being ice, the other one being fire, something like that. I mean, there's ways to still have it look different and not be two copy-pasted weapons in each hand. But again, I'm not a game designer, so I'm not the person to decide and design those things. I'm just a streamer who has a lot of imagination. I'm a streamer with a very active imagination that comes up with crazy ideas that I'd like to see in the game added one way or another. Let's see. Damn, there's no Gearwalkie maps. What do we do now? We gotta do one map. Maybe I can do a boss run quickly. Gearwalkie. Okay, let's remember this. I'm gonna check this one as well. Let's do this. When an item has an active skill, you have to click on the skill bar. I'm gonna show you. You have to press your skills and activate one of the skill trees. Make sure you're not on the legendary on top, and then just click on the skill slot. Because yeah, you can drag and drop skills when they're on the skill trees, but if it's not on the skill tree, you have to click on the skill slot itself on your skill bar. So like this, you can click here and then you can put the skill you want. See, that's an item granted skill, item granted skill, item granted skill. So there's things you can do. For things like here, you can do it that way. But for item granted skills, you have to click and select. And you can't do it when the legendarium is open, because those disappear. So make sure you have the quest skills or the subquest skills open. The pet skills, obviously, you won't be able to do that. You can still do it for the pet skills the same way. But yeah. go. Let's see here. Upgraded relic hunts is where the wood is. Upgraded relic hunts is where you get a ton of wood quality in Chaos Bane. So in Warhammer Chaos Bane, if you want green items, upgraded relic hunts is the place to be. But you can't do upgraded relic hunts unless you do Tower of Chaos. And my advice is do 1 or 2 levels of the Tower of Chaos, then collect. And do that a bunch of times. Level 1 Tower of Chaos, complete it, collect. Level 1 Tower of Chaos, complete it, collect. Get a bunch of coins and then start farming upgraded relic hunts. But with upgraded relic hunts you get up to 3 chests at the end. You get a lot of extra wood quality based on how fast and how many enemies you're killing. Whether you're keeping the kill streak at 50 or not. So it's not bad as a kind of dependency in needing to do Tower of Chaos to get coins. The problem is pushing the Tower of Chaos further doesn't yield equally increasing coins. At level 10 Tower of Chaos you're not gonna get 10 coins or 20 coins. You're probably gonna get 2, 3, 4 coins. Whereas at level 1 Tower of Chaos on Chaos 8, 9, 7 I get between 1 and 2 coins. Sometimes I would get 0, but very rarely at level 1. 95% of the time I would get at least 1 coin on Chaos 7, 8 or 9 from Tower of Chaos level 1 run, collecting after beating the first stage. So if you wanna optimize your farming, just do that. Single run of Tower of Chaos, collect. Single run of Tower of Chaos, collect. Get a bunch of coins and then upgraded relic hunts time. Not sure what got censored then. You said relic hunt is, and then there's something that got censored by my bot. But yeah, it's probably it's some of the words that get censored is com due to links.com etc. that bots come to spam in my room, in my chat room, and follow. There's some bots that spam things like some dodgy websites where people can buy subscribers and followers and things like that, and since they spam things like those, I added com and follow, .com and follow, things like that as blocked words, which is stupid, but that's the only way to deal with those bots, with that bot network that spams streamers.
If you think you can take it. Seen it before. Think they made a cutscene for that one? Oh, are you sure?
Double health, gear, Wookiee, Stormbringer, goblins. Okay, let's do it. But yeah, this is kind of the only thing that's a dungeon, because earlier someone asked about raids dungeons. This is it. You kind of have different map affixes, and this goes up to 251 stages. So every stage the enemies get stronger and stronger and stronger. And right now there's a boring system where you get stronger items the higher you go, which is super overpowered, and it's making the game pretty much trivial. And because you can get some overpowered items with overpowered defense and offense. The further you go in the Fuzzier, the stronger those items, and that goes up to 118% item stats at a level 251, which is the limit, the max level of the Fuzzier. So it's 0.5% per Fuzzier stage, starting at stage 16 with 0.5, and stage 17 1, and so on. And this gives items extra sockets. It increases the crit chance, the crit damage, the damage, everything that you see on item gets increased. And they're planning on removing certain stats, such as the flat damage. I really think that would be the worst thing they can do, to keep this boring system and to just remove flat damage from the drop pool. It's gonna make the game much less fun. I'd much rather see this system go away to the way it was before it existed, and a new system in place, instead of them removing flat damage from the drop pools. So not sure if the rumors are true. Hopefully the rumors are not true, because yeah, many people would probably quit if they remove the flat damage from the drop pools. I'd rather see this system go back to the way it was. Remove that system and not another more fun system that's not connected to items to give us extra power. And to keep the what's it called, affix pool the same as it is. Go. Yeah, I'm really loving this setup. Alright, moving on. Harmonic form's over, so I can stop and put some stuff. This is pretty fun. 100% chance, up to 100% chance, 50 or 100% chance to get a random shrine effect. And it could go well with my setup. 50% is not bad. The thing is, I'm gonna lose some defenses. A lot of defense is what I'm gonna lose. Because in there, instead of HP, I can put regular defense when I have some gold. But the crit damage is pretty nice. And in my build, I'm actually using 1000 volt burst very often. See, right now I got Poison Shrine. And if you combine that with the items that increase the duration of shrines, the problem is they're separate. There's items that increase the duration of specific shrine, not of all, I think. Or was it of all? Let me check. Let me check. There was that item that increased the duration of shrines. Which one was it? See, it's separate. See, this one is grounding, and then there's one. So you have to. It's not worth it. See, if there was one item doing that for every shrine, sure. But having to equip 3 different helmets, obviously you would need to. In the legendary, it's just not worth it. But you can have a lot of fun there on some builds, stacking multiple shrine effects for a long time. A tanky shrine build with the cold heart relic maybe would be pretty interesting. Or with the blood drinker for healing and stuff, like support our shrine mancer build or whatever. Jacek says I'm back, just woke up. Initiating Torchlight 3. Level 17 on the far shooter, that's nice. The far sharp shooter. Wait, what do you mean by musketeer set bonus? Why did you say musketeer set bonus? Oh yeah, exploding arrow 1, revolt 4, yeah, okay. That's what you meant. I was wondering whether you wanted to say something about the musketeer set. So you mean that you get extra skill points, and you've put 1 point into exploding arrow to get that tier 1 bonus, with the extra 2 points and 4 points into revolt to get the tier 2 bonus. Yeah, that's pretty solid for level 17. Having that extra damage from tier 2 revolt, which also helps the skill to cast it more often. Obviously, you might want to put more points into explosive arrow as well to increase its damage. Moving on here. You're saying Magnum Burst 5, Firestorm 5, so now Way of Shasta. Save your points. You want at level 20 to have Way of Shasta tier 2. So if you don't have Respectacles, save the points. If you have Respectacles, maybe you can put the points into Explosive Arrow, and then or Ignition Source. You need Ignition Source. See, Firestorm and Magma Burst are pretty much useless without a chance to burn weapon or chance to burn skill, or Ignition Source, which really gives you 25% chance to burn when you max it out. In fact, I would not put points into Magma Burst before I have maxed out Ignition Source, which gives you chance to burn on every single thing that does damage, attacks, skills, etc. So yeah, you want at level 20 to have Royal Shasta tier 2. If you have the extra plus 2 skill points from the Musketeer set, then obviously you only need 4 points, not 6. But Royal Shasta is a huge DPS boost for sharpshooters. It's also allowing you to get the enemies off of your case and get them to attack Shasta instead of you. So Taunt really does help. Yeah, the thing is, you want to be burning on the first shot. What you want is to make sure that on the first shot you're burning. Ideally that's what's gonna happen. So that after the first shot, on the second shot, you can trigger Firestorm and other things. And yes, Exploding Arrow burns, but some other things won't burn. When you move on to using Infectious... When you start using Infectious Shooter, you won't be able to burn with it, and you want to be able to burn with the Infectious Shooter, with the Scout's Bones. So for now, if you're not using Scout's Bones and Infectious Shooter, obviously you wouldn't need that extra burn. But it's still good to have the burn. It's still good to have the burn so that whatever you use, whatever procs can burn. And that way, when you hit with Firestorm or Magma Burst, you can reapply the burn, meaning you don't have to hit the same enemy again with explosive arrow to make sure the burn is reapplied. You can reapply it with the procs if an enemy is out of range of your explosive arrow. I mean, even without stacking the burn, it's not gonna be bad. But you definitely can see more procs if you're making sure you apply that and reapply that burn. For now, probably you're not gonna see much of a difference though. For now, don't worry about the burn as much. And don't waste your money on Respectacles unless you really want to. You're leveling up. In a few minutes you're gonna have extra skill points. Just focus on getting Shasta. That's your big DPS. So at level 20 you wanna make sure you have Shasta level 6. Or level 4 if you have the extra 2 skill points. But yeah, that's extra 50% damage to Taunted. She taunts, so the synergy is there. Back to 1000. Need to collect some rewards. Yeah, I would save the points. If you don't have Respectacles, save the points. So you can get Royal Shasta. You got Wookie. If at level 17 you have 3 pieces of the Musketeer and you have those extra skill points, it's definitely nice. Come on, drop something nice. Eleven more contract rewards. Your explosive arrow has the explosions. You mean you have the masterwork, the bow? Yes, they do. They do count as hits. They do count as hits, and they can still trigger on hit to burning enemies. Things like what's it called? Like firestorm, like magma burst. So yeah, those little extra mini explosions, which right now do a lot of damage that they shouldn't do. They're supposed to do 30% weapon damage, which is shitty. They shouldn't do 30% weapon damage. They should do 30% of explosive arrows damage. Right now they do 100% of explosive arrows damage. So they should change it and fix it. But not change it without not fix it without changing it. Because if they make Herman's masterwork, those little explosions do 30% weapon damage, they're gonna be pretty much useless and no one would use the item. If they make those little explosions do 30% of the damage of explosive arrow, that means you're gonna be doing extra 90% of the damage, and it's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be worth sacrificing a legendary SWAT or using a bow instead of one hand that was shield or one hand that was offhand in your setup. So right now it's super strong to have those explosions because they do the same damage as your explosive arrow. In the future I hope they don't just fix it without changing the ability. The essences right now are used for enchanting and for the secret alpaca level. So you can only use them to enchant and to go to the secret alpaca level. I need to take a quick piece though. I've been holding it for a few maps, but it's now becoming it's getting to the point where I can't. So game and do that map. But I would like to see more, as you brought up essences, I would like to see more use of essences. I would like to see improvements to the enchanting system where I can reroll the affixes on my gear. I've even made some mock-ups some time ago. Probably can't find them now. Let's see. Where did I put those mock-ups? So I'm pretty sure I have them somewhere. Probably screens, Torchlight 3. I can't remember where I put them, but I'm pretty sure I made some mock-ups of what I'd like to see somewhere. Yeah, I think it's better to show you from the browser. I can show you from the browser. It's gonna be easier to do it from there. But that's just some ideas of what can be done. What can be done with that system. I kind of misspell it, but it's supposed to say transmute. And yeah, that's one example. See, those are the middle affixes, to be able to change those affixes. So one version is just a moment. So you can have enchanting, reforging, which is rerolling, and transmute. So you can just click here, 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 and once you click here, 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 then you get this functionality. You click on functionality 1, you click on functionality 2. And then you get this item, and then you have the affix SWOTs, and then you can select which affix SWOT to reroll. Not the socket SWOTs, the affix SWOTs. So it could give you possible list of the possible affixes. Then it would take the essences. This is example numbers, obviously. And then functionality 1 reroll the values of an affix between the min and max possible. For example, between 30 and 40 crit damage or whatever. That's just example numbers. Then rerolls the middle affixes of an item. That's functionality 2. From one to another. So from crit damage to crit chance to damage. To skill points, etc. Whatever you want. Something like that would be amazing. And then another thing would be the transmute system, which is basically taking one item, for example, taking this great blade and being able to transform it, to transmute it into another great blade, or taking one item of the musketeer set, transmuting it into another one of the same set, taking one piece of the celestial set, transmuting it into another piece of the celestial set. Obviously, it should cost a solid amount of essences of the appropriate rarity, and so on. So this is just some example how we can have some ways to spend our what's it called, our essences. So three different things: reforging, option 1, option 2, and transmuting. That's just my idea, and I made those on Photoshop, those images. This one with the 3 different tabs, and this one and this one. Obviously a UI designer would make it better. Again, I'm not one, so I have those ideas, but someone could execute those ideas much better than me. And I would like to see something like this make its way to the game. It's gonna provide us a nice sync for the essences. It's gonna let people min-max their gear and give us something to do with those shitty legendary items we don't need, or shitty legendary items we do need but with terrible drops, with terrible rolls. For example, gold work, gear work is actually good, but gold work, potion work, health regeneration per second, those are kind of, yeah, mediocre and even lower than mediocre tier affixes, which I don't think should even exist in the pool. Does playing on ridiculous ever get easier? Yeah, when you get overpowered items from the Fazir, it gets easier. At level 60 it becomes much easier than while leveling. Leveling on ridiculous is pretty much the worst thing you can do to yourself. It's just very bad. It's very bad. It's a little bit better than it used to be, but it's still bad to level up on ridiculous. But if you want the bragging rights, you have to suffer. That's how it is in this game. Can't have the bragging rights without suffering. If you wanna level up a hero without switching to a lower difficulty and only playing on ridiculous. Ah, fuck. I got stuck. I couldn't move. Only Struck can get stuck in such a way. I'm surprised I survived. What's your favorite character build for farming in Chaos Bane? I'd say for easy speedrun farming, Ewon tier with the Whitening set. I forgot. Belcoradris. Belcoradris Ewon tier for some of the easier difficulties, like Chaos 6-7 is pretty strong. Kiwa on a turret build with a modification for speedrunning and extra movement speed is also pretty good for Chaos 6-7. Otherwise, Bragi is very good for Chaos 8. Bragi on the jumpy build, on the crit monster build is pretty nice. Then I also love for defensive, if I just want to chill and know that I'm gonna survive regardless of what I do. On Chaos, let's say Chaos 8-9, I like the Ut1 bunker build. That's a pretty fun build. The Ut1's bunker for survivability. It's not gonna be as fast DPS. If you want on the mage good fast DPS on Chaos 8, you could try and do the Azire Phantom 3.0 or whatever the latest number is. But Bragi, the Bragi crit monster build is super fun for just rushing Chaos 8. So much damage, so much mobility and speed. Not sure how I haven't tested recently how my Belcoradris build, the Rift Walker, how the Rift Walker is, the latest Rift Walker on the current version, but the Rift Walker is probably my favorite build for farming some of the easier difficulties, where it can actually survive without sacrificing too much. But the Rift Walker is probably the fastest, the most mobile build in the game. There isn't anything as speedy as that one. And I'm glad to hear that the farming I suggested has yielded some nice results for you. Enjoy the greens, enjoy the greeny greens. Can't have growth without the greens in Chaos Bane. And hey to GGEEG. Jacek says, how much faster is it on lower difficulties? Well, substantially faster. Bosses on Ridiculous take 70% less damage. So you do 70% less damage to bosses on Ridiculous compared to normal and practice. To champions, I think it was something like 45% less damage to elite champions and things like that. They also do more damage, they also have more HP. So regular monsters, you're not gonna see that much of a difference. But against bosses and champions, and regular monsters still will do more damage though. And trying hard DK says, actually I also already answered this. Yeah, actually I'm caught up with the chat, except for the GGEEG message that just Geek. So Geek says it's fine. He was thinking of picking up Torchlight 3. How am I finding it? Well, it's one of the games that I've spent the most time playing recently. I started playing this game in April 2019, and since then I've put over 2000 hours in the game. So there's something in the game that keeps me playing and that makes it more enjoyable than Path of Exile, than Diablo 3 and a bunch of other games out there that I can play. Don't expect too much though. I mean, the game has a lot of build diversity, it has a lot of item diversity for a game that launched 2 months ago. There is a lot of diversity to when it comes to making builds, testing certain weird setups, but there isn't much end game to do. There's just one specific rifting kind of type of activity, and it can get boring pretty quickly. So the way I avoid it getting boring is I keep changing my heroes and builds and keep testing new ways of building and synergizing items with skills and things like that. And when it's discounted, I think it's worth it, because even if it's not discounted, I still personally would like it. But for people who are considering buying it now that it's discounted, if it is still discounted, which I think it is, if it's still 50% off, you can get a lot of entertainment out of the game for the price you pay. Comparing it, for example, to going to the cinema. I think for the price of 2-3 cinema tickets, you're definitely gonna get more entertainment out of this game than watching 2 or 3 different movies at the cinema. And yeah, the game is constantly getting updated and developed. It's actively getting updated. Every 1.5, 2 months there's a big patch with a lot of improvements and bug fixes. They're not afraid to rework certain things, so if something doesn't work out, they change it. And yeah, they've been constantly listening to player feedback and improving the game based on that. Sometimes they listen to player feedback a bit too much, and instead of improving, they end up making a step backwards thanks to people who QQ and request bullshit overpowered things in the game that end up just providing a negative experience overall. Apart from people who want to be overpowered, to those they probably provide a good experience. But yeah, they're constantly improving the game. So hopefully this kind of makes it a little bit easier to decide whether it's your type of game or not. If you like to play on the same hero for many months without changing your build and to do the same type of content, that's probably not gonna be for you, because there's only one type of content, only Fazir's dungeon, which is kind of like rifting. If you like build diversity, theory crafting, tinkering, testing new builds, new heroes, outs, the game has a lot of options to offer you. right now. 4 classes, 5 subclasses for a total of 20 combos. Each combo can offer dozens of different builds, probably even 100 plus builds you can experiment with. So a total of a few hundred builds you can do in the game. Some would be pretty common with minimal changes. Others would be something that looks completely opposite on the same hero and subclass, but looking completely like the opposite build, like a complete 180. So yeah, hopefully this is very informational, informative. And Panda Astrologer says, did you play the previous Torchlight 1 and 2? Yes, I did play previous Torchlight 1 and 2. I barely remember anything from Torchlight 1 and 2, but I do remember I didn't like the enchanting system in Torchlight 2. I remember it was very hard to enchant a weapon properly to a good amount. I definitely didn't like the skill system in Torchlight 2 compared to Torchlight 3. Torchlight 3's skill system gives us more freedom. I don't feel like I need to put points into skills I don't need or I don't like. So I only put points in this game into the skills that are needed for my build and that I want to use myself. Which in my opinion is very important when I like making so many builds and things. I didn't like the fishing system in Torchlight. It was a boring mini game. I did like the system where I can feed my pet fish and transform my pet, but that also resulted in a lot of disbalance between certain pets and things, and it resulted in forcing me into doing the boring mini game of fishing so I can get strong fish. Which also, obviously, people made mods where you can just buy the fish from the store and feed it to your pet that way instead of having to do the boring fishing mini game. There's plenty of fishing games you can install on your phone, on your computer, so if you want a fishing mini game, there's plenty of those you can do outside of Torchlight 3. And eventually probably they will add fishing in this game and do it properly, like a proper system with some depth to it or whatever. I would like if they add fishing to make it a source of resources and things like that. Obviously not with that overpowered feeding pet fish system. Right now the pets in this game I like more than the pets in Torchlight 3, but I think the pet system feels incomplete. It's lacking some functionality, such as stances. Offensive stance, defensive stance, neutral stance. We are missing a button that lets us force our pet and our minions to attack or move to a specific location or a certain group of enemies. So let's say I hold one button and click, or maybe just press that button, and wherever my cursor is, my pet and all my minions and summons should attack whatever's under my cursor, like this enemy, or should move to that location if there's no enemy. So I think the pet system, it's a bit better in this game, but it needs improvements. It feels like incomplete. Right now every pet is the same, just different skin. But when you find pets, they come with skills. And then once you find a certain pet with a certain skill, you can then use this skill on any other pet. So I like that the pets are kind of just visual skins, and I won't feel bad if I'm using this pet over another pet, because I would know that every pet can have every skill as long as I have unlocked it, as long as I have found it. So that's again a lot of freedom. I like freedom. I like freedom in games and customizing and playing the game the way I want to, not being told you have to play the game this way, you have to play the game that way, because this is not possible to do. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that Torchlight 2 might have done better. but there's also things that I think Torchlight 3 is doing better. I like the items in Torchlight 2 where you could kill certain amount of enemies and then that item becomes stronger and better. And we did have something similar. The relics used to work in such a way. It used to be something that you can make stronger as you kill enemies. It levels up. It had its own levels, and it's separate skill tree that you could get. But then they made it a subclass, and I think it's much better to just have it as a subclass. And to make it share the same skills as us, the same skill points. If this game gets mod support, it doesn't have to have mod support for people to mod it. Torchlight 2 didn't have mod support when people modded it the first time. Obviously, eventually it added mod support, but it was modded before it added mod support. So if someone wants to mod this game, they can mod it even right now. It's on the Unreal Engine, it has offline mode, so there's nothing stopping people from modding this game. Obviously, if you Google, you're probably gonna find some trainers and cheat engines and things like that for the offline mode that you can use if you want to. No one's gonna stop you, no one's gonna ban you or anything, because offline mode is separate from online, so people can do whatever they want there. I would love to see mods. I would love to see mods for a sandbox mod. A mod where I can instantly become level 60 and where I can get every single legendary item from the shop for free, just for sandboxing, for build testing purposes. So I can test a certain build, make it, see it in action, and if I like it, then I can make it into a build video and level it up on the online server afterwards, and farm the items I liked later on the online servers. It would be pretty nice to see such a sandbox mod for testing purposes. But yeah, we'll see how long it will take people to mod this game. Torchlight 2 without mods is definitely something I didn't enjoy as much as I do enjoy this game. Torchlight 2 with mods is obviously on a different league in regards to what you can do and the diversity and variety of things you can do and you can play and so on. There's so many classes, and there's probably over 100 different classes that people have made for Torchlight 2. Some of them took classes from World of Warcraft, some of them took classes from other games and just ported them to Torchlight 2. But yeah, this game has a lot of possibilities for modding. It being on the Unreal Engine and how many free assets there are on the Unreal Store. There's actually every month they're giving you a bunch of things for free that are normally not free on the Unreal Store. Marketplace or whatever it's called. So modders should have much easier time modding this game than Torchlight 2. Should I stay on this map a bit longer? Farm some more enemies. Shit, did I get stuck? I keep getting stuck. What's happening there? Here we go. Woods Beast. No, Winter with Powderons. Okay. Teleport. Here we come. Blinkity blink blink. Please tell me it's got good rolls on it. No, I can get more mobility that way. That's a very good item for speedrunning. Oh, and damage with Absolver. Okay. Upgrade. Losing defense and crit damage, but damage with Absolver. It's just a big upgrade. So you can see Absolver without this is 452 damage. With this, 561% weapon damage. My defense is suffering, but 5% physical damage, and I'm losing. I'm losing 1% fire damage reduction and 3% poison damage reduction. Not bad. To be honest, it's not so bad. Now I can try and use that blink. You see what I can do now? I can do this. Boom, boom. Boom. More mobility. I have 2 blinks now. Double the blink. Okay, like this. And let's use this and this. Ah, it silenced my Absolver, come on. go. I'm loving this extra blink. I can also use it as a freeze on demand. Even if I don't teleport away, if I stay in the same place, I can freeze enemies. I can't freeze bosses, but anything that's not a boss is fair game. Okay, nice. This freeze. Pretty fun. Pretty fun with this freeze. Shave it down says, yo, huge D3 fan, played Torchlight 2, thought it was meh, just got Torchlight 3 and loving it. Not sure why the reviews are so negative. Is it from early access? Most negative reviews are probably from early access. See, early access was between June and October. On October the 13th the game launched, with early access players having access on October the 6th, 1 week early. So if the review is before October the 13th, it means it was during early access, most likely. Especially if it's from June and stuff like that. In early access the game got so many bad reviews because people are idiots and they don't know what early access is supposed to be. People expect that they're gonna pay for a game that's early access and that it's gonna be a finished product. If you don't know what early access is, don't buy an early access game. That's how it is. I'm baffled by idiots who buy games in early access expecting them to be as good as a launched game. That's not what the point of early access is. The point of early access is for developers to get help with fixing bugs, with finding bugs, and with improving features in the game. And they've actually done a lot of great work as a result of the feedback they got from early access. They reworked the Forged because people were, including me, were saying that the Forged kind of feels underwhelming. They reworked the Dusk Mage by changing the Dark and Light buff to like a harmonic form, a single buff where you can see how my character changed visually a bit. They rebalanced a lot of things. They fixed a lot of things that were broken. They added some more new things as well. They added new items. One item set with the last patch, one item set with the new patch, one item mini set which is not armor but weapon, shield, focus and a second weapon, and you can only equip 2 of the things, so you don't have to, you can't physically wear all 4 things of the set. So you can go mace and shield, sword and shield, mace and focus, sword and focus. So they're constantly improving the game, they're constantly adding new stuff. And yeah, people who just don't know what early access is should be forbidden from giving reviews in early access games. In fact, Steam has a big flaw where people can cheat the system. People can make themselves appear like they spent X hours in a game when they didn't. There was this case of this game. There was one guy 1 week after the game launched. He already had something like 3,000 hours under the hood in the game due to cheating the system, due to using some sort of tool that makes Steam think that he spent think he spent 3,000 hours in the game. Where I went to this guy's achievement page, I could see he was using trainers, because it's physically impossible to beat Act 1, Act 2 and Act 3's bosses at the same time, and at the same time complete certain achievements that require you to play different classes, like leveling up different classes to level 60 at the exact same hour and minute. So there's ways to cheat Steam into thinking a certain person who is reviewing the game has spent a certain amount of time in the game, and you can also cheat Steam to think that you've completed all the achievements. Basically, there's trainers that unlock all the achievements with the click of a button. And I could see that this guy, he played few hours on day 1. Played maybe a few more hours on the next day, and then on the 3rd day or 4th day, whenever, he got bored and he used the trainer and unlocked everything. And I could see he definitely has not spent as much time as he was claiming. Because between the time of him completing the first boss, which is the tutorial boss, the introductory boss, if he beat that boss on day 1 of the game launching, there was no way for him to have 3000 hours in the game at the time he was reviewing the game. It was just obviously a troll, a review troll. And that's just one case out of many cases of idiots trying to give the game bad reviews. This guy also had 30,000 hours in Truck Simulator, which obviously was also cheated hours, like, yeah. It's on sale in Steam, Mitku. Yeah, I think Mitku, you're gonna enjoy the game, and welcome back, by the way. Happy New Year. Za mnogo godini, which, by the way, guys, in my language means for many years to come or something like that. He's from the same country as me. I kind of had to say it, but yeah. Happy New Year, Mitku. Nice to see you again. Welcome back. And yeah, I think even if you don't enjoy the game now, you can get it discounted, and eventually when it gets better, you can enjoy it. I personally have enjoyed this game a lot, and for the price they sell it right now, you can think of it that way. If you buy it right now, that's equivalent to 2-3 movie tickets. If you go and see a movie 1 or 2 or 3 times, you're not gonna get as much entertainment as the game can provide you. There's a lot of build diversity, as I said. The only problem right now, that's a major problem, is the lack of endgame. There's only one endgame activity and another secret alpaca level. There's a secret alpaca level where we have kind of like the secret cow level in Diablo. Alpacas holding bardishes, halberds. And you're gonna have a lot of fun if you like testing new builds and exploring the build diversity in the game. So I think right now this game is a steal for the price you buy it when it's discounted. That's unless you're a fanboy of a specific type of playstyle where it's all about gotta go fast, supersonic speed running. Because this game is not designed in such a way where you can speedrun as much. You can still speedrun in the game, it's not out of the question. Some monsters just don't respawn immediately, meaning you have to wait a few seconds for the monsters to appear. So I'm gonna pass a certain place and then I'm gonna have to wait for the monsters to start spawning. Again, some of the bad reviews are from people who are unhappy that this game is not a copy-paste of Diablo 2 or Torchlight 1 or Torchlight 2 or Path of Exile, and most of the reviews, again I am saying it, were during early access, where the game was in a very bad shape compared to now. It was much worse than now, and that's actually good news, because that means the game improved. It took the time to improve after player feedback during early access. It became better, it reworked one class, it reworked another class, it reworked certain skills and mechanics, it improved a lot of bugs, it added more map diversity, more monster diversity, and things like that. So yeah, I never would trust Steam reviews after seeing this throw and what he's done. I'd much rather see someone playing the game or go and watch a YouTube video of someone showing me the game and showing me what's good, what's bad. Steam reviews, anyone can write a Steam review. Anyone can write a Steam review and anyone can cheat the system to make it appear that they spent X hours in the game. Steam is flawed in another way where Steam doesn't separate the numbers, the percentages of early access reviews and post-launch reviews. I think there needs to be two different numbers on Steam. The early access number and the post-launch number. That way people would see, okay, this game had 40% in early access, post-launch it has 60-70, that means it was shit, it's now not as shit, it means it's good, that they're improving, they're actually doing their job. But people can't see this, and Steam is flawed. It needs to be redesigned to separate early access from regular reviews in a easy to distinguish way, where you can actually see the numbers displayed back to back next to each other. It should show you the post-launch number and right next to it the early access number, indicating that that's the early access number. Not a big fan of how Steam is handling it. Also, it needs to make a rule where you can't review a game in early access before you have spent X hours, 20, 30, etc. hours, before you can even post a review of a game in early access. But yeah, Steam is flawed and that can be changed unless Valve requires to actually invest some of the money they're making into improving their platform, so that both developers and gamers can benefit from a more transparent, more user-friendly system and way of showing review scores. They also need to make it so people can't cheat, but that's a different story. Being able to tell Steam that you've spent X thousand hours where you've actually probably never spent less than... You've probably spent less than 10-20 hours, then Steam thinks you spent 3,000 hours, then there's obviously some sort of way to cheat the system that needs to be fixed. I'm not sure if they can even fix it, because most likely they're just doing something like using some sort of a trainer or whatever that makes Steam think that X amount of time has passed. Good starting class, anything with the Electrode or Flaming Destroyer. I would say for new players, Sharpshooter, Electrode, Sharpshooter, Flaming Destroyer is pretty good. It's very easy to pick up and play a Sharpshooter. Dusk Mage is a little bit more difficult to pick up and play because it has harmonic form, and Dusk Mage becomes very strong when you get this one item and when you get two more pieces of the set. This makes Dusk Mage pretty strong when you get that one item. With the Sharpshooter, you're not that dependent on getting certain items to get the most out of the class. So the Sharpshooter is probably the best choice for a new player. It doesn't have a weird mechanic like the Endurance on the Realm Master, like the Light and Dark buff bar and Harmonic form on the Mage, or the Steam and Heat mechanic on the Forged. So it's a little bit less confusing to a new player to play a Sharpshooter. And Dusk Mage is also good, but again, it kind of is a little bit gear dependent, and it's gonna require a little bit getting used to. As for subclass, Electrode or Flaming Destroyer, those are for damage. This is what you take on a first playthrough if you want to do damage. If you don't care much about healing or defense or crowd control and just want to get the most damage out of it. And it's easier to not make mistakes in those relics, because most of the ways to build it are still viable for those for leveling up. Jasek says, we are struggling on Ridiculous still, but we stay there to satisfy our egos. Yeah. Ridiculous is meant for the struggle. You can't expect to play on the hardest difficulty and not struggle. Even on outs where you have items already unlocked for the Legendarium, even when you have gear that you can inherit from previous heroes, Ridiculous is meant to make you struggle unless you are synergizing everything and you're getting super lucky with drops. Advice number 1, constantly upgrade your weapons and constantly use wife-bound scrolls on your weapons. Just the weapons. If you use wife-bound scrolls on your armor, you're gonna end up not having wife-bound scrolls for your weapons. So every 1, 2, 3 levels, go to the Gambler, buy one-handed weapons. Also wear shields when leveling. Really a good idea to wear shields for Ridiculous. That extra block chance and that extra defense is gonna make it easier. And use wife-bound scrolls on blue or green weapons. And try to keep those updated. If it's not dropping a weapon and your content... also, make sure the content is never too high. If you're fighting level 29 monsters, then you wanna be level no less than level 26. If you're less than level 26, then you definitely need to do something. Do a map, maybe. Do another of the zones that you've done again. Redo a certain dungeon, certain zone. Maybe do portals, boss portals from the phase beasts. Make sure the content doesn't outlevel you by more than 3 levels, so you don't have much of a hard time. On Ridiculous you shouldn't see problems unless you're super speed running and skipping 90% of the content. But yeah, it's you're gonna be getting more experience on Ridiculous because there's gonna be more champions. It's not like Ridiculous gives you more XP, it just gives you more champions, and champions give more XP than regular enemies. So it's indirect XP gain increase. Alright, I think it's time to go for the boss fight. I've cleared 90% of this map. Random Access Gaming says, I just hit level 51 Forge, just beat main story. What do I do next, and do you have any good builds for Forge? Currently using Blood Drinker. I have builds on my website for the Blood Drinker. And I've got builds for other relics as well. I personally can give you a good build you can try yourself. Just give me a moment. After this boss I can make you a build. And now what you do at level 51 is you start doing the Fazier's dungeon. So you have to go to Travel Point, talk to the mysterious stranger. Then it would allow you to get a prop that you can put in your base, in your fort. And that's where the Fazier is. You can put his throne. And that's where you start the endgame activity. The Fazier's dungeon. And I can make you a quick build now. What I would suggest is Cyclone Mode, Vortex Bomb and Pressure Shot. Pressure Shot is my favorite Steam skill. Vortex Bomb is my favorite vent skill, although there's only 2 right now. But Vortex Bomb gives you a lot of defense. And Cyclone Mode, if you don't like Cyclone Mode, you can use Rapid Fire, Rapid Strike or Shotgun Blast. I would suggest either Rapid Fire or Cyclone Mode. Well, if it gets too hard, just do something else and level up. Do something else and level up. See, the monsters start from level 46. Fazier level 1 is 46, level 2 is 47, level 3 is 48, and so on. So if the monsters are too difficult, then just repeat one of the levels. Go back and do something that's within your level. Pick something that's like Gear Wookie or Gauntlet. Gauntlet is actually the best. The best way to level up is in Gauntlet maps. Gauntlet maps means no drops but respawning enemies. So you can just stand in one map and constantly get new enemies spawning in the spawn points. And that's the best thing you can do to level up. Guilds or clans, I don't think this game has guilds or clans, and the game definitely does not have a guild or clan mechanic. So it's not like Diablo where you can join guilds and clans. Maybe in the future they might implement something like this. If there's guilds or clans, it would be something unofficial, like a Discord server where people hang out. And I do have a Discord server, you can join it, but I can guarantee you can find people to play with there. Because not everyone plays Torchlight 3 in this Discord. There's people who play Torchlight, people who play Warhammer Chaosbane, and people who play other games. So let me quickly show you a build. You wanted a build for the Forged Blood Drinker. I'm gonna show you something that I would call it the Seeker's Shot or the Pressure Seeker. And thank you very much for the follow, Yampro or Jampro 6. Welcome to the Struck Co-op. Really appreciate it. So, Blood Drinker, I'm gonna assume that you don't have +2 skill points, but I'm gonna give you the build with the +2 skill points. So this build is if you have +2 barrage, +2 brawl skill points. Blood Seekers, Rupture, Blood Letter. This is an interesting build. See, this is 66 points. So this gives you 20% damage to this and to this. This gives you cooldown reduction. So this and this are not active skills for us for this build. Basically, let's just make it easy to understand what we are doing. So optionally you can put points into Dance of Death. I know that not everyone likes Dance of Death, so that's just optional. Also, not everyone likes Energizer. Ideally you won't need Energizer because you would be using some items I can show you. So let's put this here, and now the rest is viewers. The rest is viewers. It's up to you. So I'm gonna give you this link. Just wanna add an item here, and you really want Mountain King helmet and cuirass, which it's not here. So you're using this to build heat, you're using this to vent heat and get defense, and you're using this to spend steam. So when you vent, you get steam, and you're gonna use the Mountain King wheel, which gives you, when you use the Mountain King wheel and you vent, you can get 25 or 50 with the set bonus heat back. So you're venting at 75 or higher heat, so you can get the Mountain King gauntlets to give you 10 or 20 crit chance based on the set or not. And thank you very much for the bits, or what? No, what was that? Super chat. That's super chat. $20 super chat on YouTube. Thank you very much, Random Access Gaming. You're saying peer character dancing under a rain of confetti and taking his hat off to say you are amazing. Oh, I would like to see this on my browser. Over here. That looks nice. Thank you very much. Right in the fields. So let me give you the link for this so you can access it on the website. Just a moment. And let me remove this. This build calculator is made by one of the moderators. He's called Papi. He's one of the moderators on the official Twitch channel and the official Discord. Make sure to copy paste the whole link if it cuts off. On Twitch it cuts off before 5300 at the end, so you have to copy those things, because if you click the link it's not gonna be the full link. So I can try and show you some items. Now that I'm in the game, I can show you some items you want in your build. First of all, you would want Mountain King items. Mountain King items, you want 3 of them. And ideally one of them would be maybe the helmet, another one would be the chest. So you want the chest, the gauntlets, the helmet and the wheel. Wear 3 of them, maybe swap in the legendarium another one. So you can wear 3 pieces of a different set. So whichever 3 you decide to use, that's up to you. You can swap the other one, the legendarium, or you can wear all 4. But the chest, the gauntlets, the helmet and the wheel, you want those. Then another useful item is the frost wall and the ancient ember, but it's not gonna be boots, it's gonna be ancient ember hatch. Ancient ember hatch gives you this skill. And this skill has 60 seconds cooldown. If you want to get this cooldown to 30 seconds, you need to use the frost wall. You need to use the frost wall together with North Mace or with Glacier's Edge. So use one of the weapons and the shield that reduces the cooldown from 60 to 30 seconds, and this gives you energy. Energy battery, energy refuel, meaning you can keep your aura. In your case, it's gonna be seekers, butt seekers. So every 30 seconds you would be able to refuel that, and as long as you're fighting, you're gonna see that you're never gonna run out of butt seekers if you have that at 30 seconds cooldown. Eventually, they're gonna fix certain skills. Right now, the Disc Mage has 10% cooldown reduction on Dark Spears. It used to be 10% cooldown reduction to Disc Mage skills. Right now on the Forged, Fracking Strike gives you 10% cooldown reduction to Forged skills, which should change the same way this one got changed with the last patch. So eventually you would be able to get this down to like 24, 21 seconds. I'm not sure why it's 21 seconds. It should be 24. Maybe it's because this is 8.5 extra stats. Maybe this cooldown is getting increased as a bug. But yeah, hopefully this is very good info for you and anyone else thinking of making a Blood Drinker Forged. All this information I told you can be applied to any relic. It doesn't have to be Blood Drinker, you can just rework the relic part of things. But the other thing that's not relic related, forged related, you can just copy paste it and make a new build by just changing the relic stuff. So it's useful info for forged. Forged is one of the more difficult to learn heroes, and I think the strongest Steam spender in my opinion, not in regards to damage per hit, but damage per second, based on how many hits per second and how many and how much damage you can get, is Pressure Shot. And Vortex Bomb is by far better than Cold Launch because it gives you extra 50% defense buff. And you can combine that with Power Projection. And thank you very much again as well, right in the feels, right in the feels. If anyone has questions, I can do the same thing after this map for a different class and subclass. I can make you a build and you can try and eventually get that build. There's obviously many ways to build. You can just use my example as a starting point. From there, you might like some items more than other items. For example, I really love on Forged using the Winter Weave Gauntlets. And since I have to have Winter Weave Gauntlets and Mountain King Gauntlets, one of those needs to be in the Legendarium while wearing the other one. And thank you very much, another $50, 50 USD super chat. Dude, you're killing me with kindness. I wish you could see my face right now. The Joker smile, the smile on the Joker doesn't stand a chance compared to mine. I've probably got bigger smile than the Joker in the comic books. Thank you very much. You're making the start of the year for me be a very pleasant one. Keep in mind, this one is getting towards the GPU fund. I'm saving up for a new GPU, and this really does help. Your super chat. Thank you very, very much. It's just I'm speechless now. I'm I don't know what to say anymore. Thank you very much again. How much for GPU? Oh, I'm not sure. I'm still in the beginning of... I don't even know what GPU I'm gonna get. I'm waiting for the next set of GPUs. At the end of February, they're gonna be announcing 1080 Titanium. See, I wanted to get 6090 XT, but I'm disappointed from 6090 XT. Right now, 1080 and 6800 XT is worth it. I've got 6 years old GPU, 1066 GB. I think it's about time I upgrade, but if I upgrade I want to get something that will last me for 5-6 more years. So I'm gonna get something that's gonna be kind of maybe not the flagship, but maybe a grade below the flagship. 3090 is obviously overpriced, unnecessary, and I won't get it. The thing is, I'm not just a gamer. I stream, I make YouTube videos, I render, I use After Effects, I use Adobe. So for me, performance in Adobe Premiere and After Effects is important. If it was just for gaming, okay, AMD has very good things out there. I don't care about 4K, I don't care about 1440p, at least not yet, because my monitor is 1080p 60 FPS, 60 Hz. It can do 75 Hz if I overclock it, but I'd rather not overclock and break my monitor. I'm gonna wait for 3080 Titanium. It's gonna get announced at the end of February. So bit by bit I'm saving up. I think by the time it's April or May, I should be able to afford a new GPU and a new power supply. Because my power supply is 550. 550 power supply and it's already 6 years old. It's time to get a 750 or 850 power supply with the new GPU. I'm patient. I'd rather wait for them to have availability so I don't get scalped. In my country right now the shops are scalping. Not just the scalpers, but actually the official distributors in the country are scalping. They've always been scalping compared to the prices in Europe and in the US. So it always has been more expensive, but now it's much more expensive than it needs to be, for example. So, for example, for 750 euro in my country, you can get one of the best 3070 gigabyte Aorus Master. I'm not sure what the usual price for Aorus Master 3070 is, but you get that in my country for 750 euro from official stores, from shops. The basic 3070 is supposed to be in the Founders Edition $500 or 500 euro if you're in Europe, I guess. So I'm not sure how much more expensive the Aorus Master is compared to the base one. My friend got one. My friend got 3070 Aorus Master. He had the same video card as mine, 3066 GB, a little bit stronger. He had the Extreme Gaming, where I have the Gaming OC from Gigabyte. And he's happy with it. He's been getting a very good frame rates in Godfall, in Cyberpunk, in GTA 5. So he's happy with it. But again, since I'm a content creator, I'm probably gonna save up a bit more and maybe get 3080 or 3080 titanium, whichever is more worth it, when the time comes and when there's availability. Bit by bit, I'm saving up from YouTube and Twitch profits. But yeah, that money you gave me, I really appreciate it. It's gonna go into my savings for that. So for now I don't have a specific goal, but whenever the time comes, I'll decide what to get based on the budget I've got and based on what's available. You got yourself MSI Geo 7595 FK laptop and it all runs smoothly on high settings. Which game though? And Jacek says he got a quest to talk to Chemic. Let me see if I've missed some... I've missed some comments. Pierce Levantan said 1080, that's NVIDIA GTX. I meant 1080p. I'm sure, if that's what you were referring to. 1440p surely is the way to go if your monitor supports it. My monitor is ultra-wide 29-inch 1080p. I went for ultra-wide instead of 1440p because for me when editing ultra-wide really helps. I can fit more of my software timeline. And it really does help, and when streaming, since I have single monitor setup, right now I have my game in 16:9, and on the side I can see my chat. I can try and show you what I'm talking about. So just a moment. So this is what my setup looks like. So this is how I stream. So I've got the chat here. I've got notifications here. I can see a bit of the chat here as well. And this is the game. So that's why ultra wide really helps me as a single monitor setup. The 3070 I'm talking about is 830 in someone else's country, in Kane Storm. Let me check exactly the price in my country right now. Just a moment, I'm gonna check the exact price right now. Wait, actually it's less than I thought. This is the website, one website. So this costs 1300 levy. 1300 level, which is basically 700 and... no, that's 650 euro. They've actually probably reduced the price. It used to be more. This is what my friend got. So 650 euro. It's actually a very good video card. 1845 clock boost or whatever frequency. And let's check just a moment. I wanna check the other version. So reduce the price by 2, and that's the price in euro, because one euro is 1.95 of my currency. So this one, the 3080 master, is 1,800. So that's 930 euro. This one, the 3080 master. They actually have availability on 3090. No one's gonna pay that much. Those scout prices. But anyways, obviously that's a little bit more expensive. Some of those things are a little bit more expensive than retail price, the official retail price. Some of them aren't. I guess for the 3070 they didn't overprice it. I remember the price being higher a few days ago. Maybe they changed it, but it's not available anyway, so And there's something where you can use some in this specific store that I showed. Some famous streamers from my country who stream in my language. If you use their code, you can get 5% discount. So if I get a video card and I get it from this store, I can use 5% discount and help a fellow streamer from my country get some profits. I did so when buying my RAM. I managed to shave 5% off of my RAM sticks, just because I used some sort of a code in this website. And it was the best price in the whole country, excluding the discount. And then on top of that, I got a discount, and I could get this the RAM sticks I got for the price, almost the same price as the C die, but I got a B die, a Samsung B die, which is very good for overclocking, getting better frequencies and things like that. I'm probably not gonna overclock my RAM right now. I tested it, it could run nice, it was stable. I managed to find better timings. I managed to get it to CL15 timings with barely increasing the voltage. On 37, I could get 3733, which is what I need for Infinity Fabric as the limit. So 3733 with CL15 on a stick that's 3600 CL16, which is pretty nice. I could get CL15, 15, 15, 34 or 32. I think I got CL15, 15, 15, 32 on 3733 Hertz. But then I removed the clocking and kept it stock. And I think I only had to increase the voltage by from 135 to 138, something like that. And yeah, the thing is that I got this almost for the price I could get the C die, which is instead of 16, 16, 16, 39, it's or 36 or whatever it is, it was 16, 19, 19. 39 or something like that. So I got it almost as cheap as the cheaper version, the worst bint one. Maybe later when I get the better GPU, I can try clocking my my RAM some more, see how it goes. But for now it's not that important because I won't see a big increase. What's bottlenecking me is my GPU in many places right now. The only time when I run out of RAM is when I run Photoshop at the same time I'm running Adobe Premiere. Or when I run After Effects at the same time I'm running Adobe Premiere. That's when it crashes, because 32 gigs is just not enough when I run both those programs at the same time. But yeah, I just don't do it. It's just bad. Don't run it if you don't have enough RAM. Two of Adobe softwares at the same time, obviously. It's a little bit too much to handle. But something that I couldn't do before I couldn't open my browser and update my website builds while the build video is updating. Now I can do it with the extra RAM I got. I can now let Adobe Premiere export, and while it's exporting for the next 15-20 minutes or so, I can go ahead and edit my text version of my builds to save some time. Because before I had to wait for the export to finish and then spent another 20-30 minutes updating the website version, and definitely saved some time with this purchase, the RAM purchase, being able to multitask without the software crashing. And here, Canestorm, this is Bulgaria. This is in Bulgaria, so I don't think this website delivers to outside countries. It's Bulgarian only website. There are some other websites. I think there are some websites that are Romanian that deliver to Bulgaria, like I think Extreme Digital, or maybe they're not Romanian. I don't know. They're somewhere out there in Eastern Europe, but they're not Bulgarian website. But they have a Bulgarian affiliate, and they also sometimes have some nice prices. But right now everything is sold out. Almost everywhere, everything is sold out. So yeah. Where are the goblin dinners? I think there were some at the beginning of the map. There was a goblin dinner somewhere here at the beginning. There we go, it's here. And you have 34-inch like that at work. That's pretty nice. 34-inch ultra wide for work. That must fit a lot. You're using EVGA 2080 titanium for the Win 3 Ultra. That's actually a very strong 2080. A very good bint 2080. I think that's the best of EVGA, if I'm not mistaken. I think for the Win 3 Ultra, if I'm not mistaken, is the best EVGA does. Normally every company gets delivered. See, those retailers, those companies like Gigabyte, EVGA, Asus, etc. They're sent chips or whatever you call it, and then the bad bint ones, they brand the bad quackers, the ones that can't quack as well. They brand as the lower priced ones. The good priced ones, the ones that can quack better, they put as things like the Aorus Master, things like the Rockstrix OC, things like for the Win 3 Ultra, etc. That's how it kind of is. So when you buy one of those more expensive ones, you know they've tested it, and you know they will reach higher quacking values, and they're like better bint. And chances, it's silicone watery, and chances are that the ones that are the cheaper versions probably won't be as good overclockers, and that's why they were made from that series, from that line. $3060 titanium definitely would be nice. It definitely would be nice. I'm just trying to make sure that whenever I get a video card, it would be able to run the next generation games that are about to come in the next 4, 5, 6 years. Unreal Engine 3 supposedly would have much better performance than Unreal Engine 5. Supposedly would have much better performance than Unreal Engine 4. And I'd like to see how some of the games of that engine would run. People are saying that it's gonna use less VRAM, things like that. I just want to see some Unreal Engine 5 games and see whether that's true, what they were saying about its potential performance. And not just Unreal Engine, many other engines and things. Technology is constantly growing, and if I buy something, I want to make sure that I would be able to get good smooth frame rates while streaming and while recording on good settings. Because people normally, when they go into streams, not everyone expects to see the high settings, but there are people who want to see high settings, good settings. I personally, when I watch a stream, I just want to see stable frame rate, no stuttering. So that's why I try, even if I have to lower the settings when streaming something, to at least try and provide stable frame rate. When I was doing Cyberpunk 2077, I had to VSync to 30 FPS. I would get better FPS than 30, but the stream wouldn't be fine because it would be choppy. If I'm streaming with 30 FPS and the FPS goes higher than 30, it would get choppy. If I'm streaming with 60 FPS and the FPS keeps dropping under 60, it ended up becoming choppy. So in the end, I just made a decision to VSync everything to 30 and to make my stream broadcast to 30 when streaming Cyberpunk 2077. But again, Cyberpunk 2077 is It's just Cyberpunk 2077. It's not meant for my GPU, even though my GPU was the recommended, not the minimum. Actually, it was better than the minimum. It wasn't recommended, it was better than the minimum or whatever. I think it was recommended, if I'm not mistaken. I have to check. Let me check. Screenshots, Cyberpunk. These were the recommended settings. See, my video card is recommended settings. I got this beat. I've got a NVMe SSD. So yeah, this is the only thing that I had from this that was equal or worse, and that was the equal one. And definitely I couldn't get stable 1080p 60 fps. Streaming, not streaming, it was just terrible. Terribly misleading. I still love the game. And I'm gonna return to it when it gets better optimized, or when I get a better GPU. I had fun on my first playthrough. I did 2 separate endings. I loved the 2 separate endings and how different they were. And it's definitely nice, and there's probably gonna be a lot more endings to explore. Almighty Gorilla Games says, this game made me cry. The damn from Humble Seed quest booked for me in multiplayer. I can't play anymore. Damn this game. Is it still booked? Are you talking about some time long ago? Or is it right now? You might want to contact support if you're having a specific problem with From Humble Seed. As far as I know, From Humble Seed is not an account blocking quest. It's an account quest, but it's not the main story quest. So you should still be able to play the game even without placing your Tree of Work. It's just a side quest, and you can probably try and play with it with the Tree of Work later. You're only losing 5% gear work. 5% gear work, that's it. It's just 5% out of 100% cap. And gear work means more drops, it doesn't mean more legendaries. Which it still gives you more legendaries, because more drops equals more legendaries eventually. So it's best to just email the support team. It's feedback@extra.net. If you go to Note, if you go to this link, you should see the email at the top of this page. It's best to send them walks or send them something, some information. Contact them when they're back in the office or the home office. They would be able to contact you, reply maybe, and if you don't want to contact them by email, contact them on Discord. You can go on the official Discord and try and contact Bean. She's probably swarmed with messages, but whenever she's available, she can probably make a ticket or whatever, and maybe tell you if there's a way to fix this. They're actually very friendly. They're very friendly. They do care about certain things. There were some hot fixes for this quest, and it should have been fixed. I'm not sure why there's still some people who are having problems with it. Maybe there's something that gets wrong. Maybe there's some sort of sequence of actions. If you do those actions, maybe it results in the quest getting broken. Maybe there's some unexpected order of doing the quest, and I don't know what's happening there. This quest used to be bugged, then it used to get fixed, and they used to actually send, a long time ago, they sent the item that was needed to players, so that they can finish the quest. They sent it via the mail. So maybe that's the least they can do. Maybe they can try and send you by mail the thing to let you finish the quest before the quest gets fixed. So yeah, my best bet is to just try and contact them. Andrei's asking if I'm pushing. No, I'm not pushing. I don't think there's a reason for me to push. I'm just farming gear working maps. Kane Storm says he's thinking of going the cloud gaming route since you only need a stable internet connection and you're golden. Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. Now let's see if I missed any quests, any messages. Shit, I'm gonna die. I got stuck.
Okay, buddy, let's get you cleaned up and ready to fight again.
Come on, load up, load up. Come on, load up. Why is it taking so long? There we go. Now there's no gear wookie, so that means no reason to do it. There's no gear wookie, I just don't do it. Unique's gear wookie, that's actually a pretty good one. I'm still trying to get this Molten Reach item. As I said, oh Molten Reach, why is RNG such a bitch? Let's think about the Molten Reach. Who needs a Christmas tree when there's a Molten Reach to preach about? But yeah, Molten Reach or no Molten Reach, I'm making this build video tomorrow. Tomorrow my stream's gonna be a little later than usual, because I'm gonna be editing the video for this build. If I get lucky and get the Molten Reach, great, but I've only got 1 hour left until the end of my stream. So, yeah, I don't see that happening. I mean, if I haven't gotten this in 3 months, I don't think it's magically gonna drop today. If it does, okay, if it does, okay, that's fine, that's nice. But I'm not gonna get my hopes up for a Molten Reach. I'm starting to think the item is bugged. If anyone, I said it earlier today, but I'm gonna ask again. If anyone has recently, in the last 1 or 2 months, gotten Molten Reach as a drop, or from a gear bundle, do share, do tell me. Because I'm starting to think it's broken and it just doesn't drop at all. It's possible, I mean it's entirely possible for the drop to just have been glitched. And that's why it's not out of the question. Let's see this. So you haven't gotten a single Dwarven Sentry guide. This map is probably gonna be broken again with the Dwarven Sentry guides. Normally when I see this map I would just exit and do another one. Because in solo, chances of you not completing the quest of this map are super high. This is the worst map ever in the game. It doesn't have enough density of monsters. Yes, it's a small map and you can clear it easy, but the density is terrible. It doesn't drop as much of the quest stuff. And this specific quest with the Dwarven caches this one, where those things are supposed to give you quest items. Sometimes you just can't get those items after clearing the whole map. But since I'm not here for the quest. I'm here for drops because it's a gearwalky map. Still would prefer to kill the boss, but even if I don't kill the boss, that's fine. I'm not pushing. Okay. So 1 out of 3. Are we gonna get at least 2 out of 3? So I don't feel as bad about the drops missing from this one. Let's see. Come on, come on. Yeah, no drops. They keep trying to fix this system. They keep trying to fix the quest system for the map works and for the Fuzzier. And they've attempted multiple times, and yet every time they attempt, there's still something that's not completely fixed, and some quests that just can't be completed. They added a system where it dynamically drops the closer you are to finishing the map, the higher the chance of dropping stuff, quest drops. And if you don't pick up those drops, you might get a higher chance of those dropping. But when it's something like looting those chests, I can't trick the system. I can't beat the system if I have to click on those things. Maybe I can beat it if I click on those things and then don't loot whatever drops from them. And then just run around the whole map, and then eventually when everything has been looted, when everything has dropped, then start picking it up. But yeah, I don't think... Yeah, there isn't any more of those left. Okay. Well, unlucky map. I'm not gonna do the same map now. I have to make sure I'm not starting the same one. But since I'm in the city, I might as well go to the gambler and try and get some one-handed weapons. Maybe the Molten Reach would appear out of nowhere.
So you buying or what?
I've noticed it drops more legendary items when you're in a team, even though it's only 15% extra gear work. Yesterday I did get more legendary drops when we were playing together.
Good luck out there.
But yeah, right now my gear work is... I'm at 24, and with this one I get another 20%, which is 44. And when I'm running 50% gearwork map, that means I'm at 94% gearwork out of 100 limit. Meaning, with one more person or with other person, the difference is just 6% gearwork. So I guess it's just it was just us getting lucky yesterday. Come on, load up. Should I do let's do one of those maps. %25 less gearwork, but that's still fine. One of those, nice. Come on, spawn some more. There's gotta be some more here. Where are all the champions suddenly? There we go. Yeah. What the fuck did so much damage? It must have been one of those explosions. Come on, come on, come on. Egg of Mayhem, okay. At least it's dropping legendaries. That's actually a pretty decent one. Additional boats. This for a if only it didn't have health on killing goblins, but something else there, like mana regen or whatever, for a basic attack electrode build. Basic attack electrode build. That's something I'm gonna make. I'm gonna make similar to my melee adventurer sharpshooter build with the electrode. Eventually I will make something with basic attack here. I just got some other things I wanna make first. So first I make this build, then I make a build with Unholy Bolt and most likely Radiant Blast instead of Absolver and Entropy. Which is gonna be similar, kind of a different type of Zealot, but still a Zealot, casting speed kind of setup. Then I'm gonna move on to maybe the Flaming Destroyer Sharpshooter, and then after that maybe the Electrode Sharpshooter, a 2.0 version of the Electrified. So Combustive 2.0, Electrified 2.0 build, and then after that Electrode Forged, maybe 1 or 2 builds on that one, and after that Sharpshooter with Bane, and make some Infectious Summoner 2.0. So I've got some things that I need to upgrade. Some of my old builds need to be reworked, updated, and remade with some of the new items that are in the game that weren't there when I first made those builds. Most likely Imbue Relic would be in every one of those builds, if not all, at least most of those builds would have Imbue Relic implemented one way or another. Let's get some of the fame here. Let's get this. Where are the bosses? I mean the elites. Come on. My Humonic form ended before I found them. Ah, I got stuck here. I love this map though, it's so big that you get so many enemies in it. So many elites and so much density of monsters. Oh, they spawned some more. Nice. I like how sometimes it just melts them. Okay, let's see where to go. I'm gonna slowly and steadily start moving towards the boss entrance. I'm gonna skip some of the parts of the map. So maybe like 80% clear should be fine. Come on, come on. Before the harmonic form ends, get as many as we can. I love how often I get to trigger harmonic form on this setup. In fact, I could do better. If I use entropy more often and light spear more often, I can do much better with how often I trigger entropy. That's why I want the Molten Reach. It's definitely not gonna be as good DPS as the current entropy where I can spam it, but I'm gonna be using it every 7.2 seconds, and it's just gonna be helping me a lot with building the dark buff bar alongside dark spears, while I can keep spamming Absolver for the light buff bar. So dropping the DPS, but overall better for the build. And the extra mana infused trigger, the extra mana infused stack I can get from it is also a huge huge gain. And by the way, my light spear is bugged, so one of the old bugs is back in the game. There was a bug that used to make charge skills get their cooldown stuck. They fixed it, then it returned, they fixed it, now it returned again. This bug is making a second comeback. It's never late for a bug to make a comeback. I'm gonna have to report it maybe as a new ticket, because the old ticket is already closed if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, with Gear and Goblins this one was fixed. And with this patch I've seen it only trigger 2 times, this bug. I'm not sure what and why, but there's something that still triggers this bug, where a charge skill like Revolt, like Light Spear, etc., like the movement skills, get stuck on a cooldown that doesn't go down. Okay. Ah, no, survive. Phew. This one was close. Okay, I'm gonna go in before I accidentally trigger my harmonic form. See, it's just it's barely there. Just at the like 99% filled up dark bar. This is what I like to have before starting a boss fight. I didn't even need to use 1000 volt burst for this one. On this mages it's always nice to try and maybe get one of the bars pretty close, like around here or here. Get the other one filled up right before entering a boss. So on the boss fight you can just immediately trigger harmonic form and just unleash the damage. Phew. Because as I said the other day, it's a lot of damage. It's up to 200% extra damage if you stack the right items that you can get from harmonic form. Get 100% damage from... First of all, harmonic form gives you 50. With the legs, 50 becomes 75. With the Celestial Gauntlets you get another 100% damage on top of that 75, so it's 175. And if you combine that with things like the... what's its name? Like Liu General, extra 25% damage, and damage reduction and casting speed, that's a total of 200% extra damage. You can also add another 25% from Walkaway Storm, which right now I'm not using because I'm playing around with Cold Snap. Just don't want to waste Respectacle, which later I might need. I'm saving all those Respectacles for some other builds on this hero in the future.
Your path has arrived.
Now let's find some room for this Egg of Mayhem. Blast Butt. Glacier's Edge. Power Conduit. Which one doesn't have an offhand? Let's see. All of them do seem to have an offhand. This one doesn't have an offhand. What about those? I'm gonna have to rework my base so I can have multiple levels of stuff. Make some stairs or something. Now that we have that, it's gonna be much easier to see things if they're elevated. I just don't have time to do it sometime. Sometime on stream, maybe if people are interested in seeing me do fort stuff, I could. But normally I try to do the fort stuff off stream. Okay. Should I do another one of those maps? Maybe. And then back to the Fuzzier. What's the time now? 9:54 PM. I've got like 36 more minutes until 10:30. Then I need to give my pet medicine and feed him. Although he ate like 2 hours ago or so. But I always give him food with the medicine. Another one of those maps. Okay, the game just likes giving me the Acrid Plains layout. This actually is a new layout. It was added with this patch, and I'm a big fan of it. I like how they're constantly trying to add some new maps, improving the variety of maps we can do. Alex Johnson says, "Is Go get an update for PS4?" What do you mean? Do you mean if this update is on PS4? Because this update is on all platforms right now. The Snow and Steam update, which we are playing right now, is on all platforms. Before they went on a break, before they went on a holiday, they patched this game with this patch, with the Snow and Steam update, across all 4 platforms: PS4, Xbox One, what else? Switch and PC. Obviously, PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series XS also can play that due to backwards compatibility. But yeah, every platform right now is running the same upgrade. Well, if every platform is running the same upgrade, that would have been interesting. But yeah, you can play this on all 4 platforms right now. The next update will probably be around February, most likely beginning middle of February. Wouldn't be surprised if they do some sort of Halloween themed, not Halloween, Valentine's themed update. Maybe a new contract, maybe just new pets, Cupid pets, something like that. We'll see. Time will tell. In this game, themed stuff really fits well, especially with those contracts, and themed contracts, limited team contracts is something that's pretty nice. Decent way of getting players to return for new pet skins, for new... maybe they can start giving us transmog skins. Now that they've implemented the transmog system and the style station, they can give us time-limited styles. Which is pretty nice. If it's a style that's exclusive, that you can't get as a drop, that you can only get from a specific contract, and eventually maybe make it as a drop when they design some new sets. Maybe they can reuse those skins. But yeah, there's many things that we can get in the game from time limited contracts. As long as it's not gear and it's just cosmetic stuff, it really fits well in the contracts. For decorations, pet skins, armor skins, not items, armor skins, things like that really fit well. Every few months, a bit of this, a bit of that. This freeze is just amazing when used the right way. Should I farm some more on this map? Let's farm just a little bit more. I wanna do some fuzzier maps as well. Yeah, silencing my teleport. Castillo says one question, what is this gem in top blessing items? Oh, this is a god token. A god token that you get from boss fights. Boss fights at the end of the map, boss fights in boss rushes, etc. Anywhere where you're fighting end of map boss or a boss, you can get it, and this makes it it gives you a smaller window. When blessing items, you see, when you use this token, it gives you between 90% and 100% of the stats you can get. I think otherwise it's between 20, 30, 40% and 100%. So let's say the maximum you can get from a certain buff, from a certain blessing is 1000. When you use that God token, it will be between 900 and 1000. Without it, it could be between 200, 300 or 400 and 1000. I can't remember the exact difference. But it basically gives you an only 10% difference between the minimum and maximum when blessing an item. So you always want to use this when blessing items. So yeah, sorry if I replied late to that question, I just saw it. So yeah, farming those is, I think a good place to farm those is while doing your invasions. While doing your invasions, there's a lot of super easy maps which you would be doing super quickly. While pushing the invasions, you should get a decent amount of those. Although with this latest update, I've seen those drop much less often than before. Not sure why. Maybe they changed something, maybe it's a bug. They still drop, just not as much as before. The god tokens. No worries, no worries. Well, I could kind of clarify what it is. Some things in Chaosbane are just not explained, and people have to figure those out by themselves. I mean, I try to cover all sorts of areas, all things with my guides, but I'm gonna need to make some new guides for Chaosbane as well this year. 2021 versions of my guides, maybe a beginner's guide 2021 version, things like that. There aren't that many differences since my older guides, but there are some that I need to address in new guides. The same with Torchlight 3. I will be making some new versions of my guides. Now that the forge has been reworked, now that certain things work differently, I need to kind of speak about those. There's a lot of content I have planned, and yeah, time is kind of the essence there. So bit by bit I'm gonna try and get everything done. One of the things at the top of the list, which I'm probably gonna make after I make the 2 builds with this hero, I wanna make a forged skills showcase. I made, when the game launched, I made ones for the Realm Master, Dusk Mage and Sharpshooter, I think. I think I made new versions. If I didn't, then I need to make ones for those as well. In the early access I did have one for each class, but then for the Forged I was like, okay, let's wait for the Forged to get reworked and then I can make the new ones. For people who are wondering whether they want to get the game or not, what classes there are, and then also what subclasses. I do have one regarding choosing your subclass, but I want to make one where I'm showing all the active and passive skills that can be shown from the relics. Probably the active. The passive skills would be hard to show because some of them require you to get hit and things like that, and the dummies can't hit you. Okay, let's go finish the map and then do some fuzzier maps. Obviously the Molten Reach just doesn't want to drop yet another day. What is here? Chest with blue stuff. I don't know if there's a pet I'm missing, by the way. There's gotta be some pet I'm missing, I just don't know which. From the winter ones, I've got them all. From the Halloween ones, I've got them all. I think I've got all the Chekowaris and all the Drakelings and the Eagles. So I think from the rare pets, I probably have everything. I need to figure out the exact number of pets after the new updates, because someone had posted a table with all the pets when the game launched somewhere some time ago. So maybe there's a new version of that. I might as well make a video about that. If I've got all the pets, I might as well make a video about all the different pet skins and just show them. How many have I got? I think I've got like 30 something. And some are repeats, many are repeats here. Obviously the basic pets are not here. There might be one or two of the basic pets you can start with. This one everyone gets on PC. On Xbox everyone gets the green version, which is this one. And I'm not sure which one people get on... I think this one is for Switch, maybe the red one, and there's a green one somewhere. This one, Buttercup. One of those, Buttercup and Toasty. One of them is for Xbox, the other one is for Switch. I've got two Toasty. One of the Toasties is not needed. Okay, I'm gonna look into those later. Xiu says, I like this game, Torchlight 3 Chaosbane, because it's relaxing from stress. Yeah, definitely. Definitely relaxing from stress. And Grizzly Adam has contributed 2000 total to the Boost This Stream Challenge. That's pretty nice. Boost This Stream Challenge. Basically, if you're wondering what this is, there's creator points on Twitch, and if a certain number of creator points is reached, the stream gets boosted, and then people on the homepage of Twitch can see the stream. It's definitely something that could be nice if a stream gets boosted, but yeah, it's completely optional, and those creator points are free. You get those by watching, by standing in the channel. Right now I'm sending my stream in like 20-21 minutes or so. So boosting the stream, probably I'd rather save the points if I were you guys. I appreciate boosting the stream, Grizzly Adam, though. But maybe save them maybe for some other time. Because it requires a total of 14,400 creator points. And I think people earn like 60, 70 or whatever every few minutes or something like that. When I get my camera, I would add more options. What you could make me do with those points. Right now, there's not much I can do that I can show you. I mean, I can pet my pet, but you can't see me petting the pet. I can drink and you can hear me drinking, at least. With hydrate me and things like this. Yet another one of those maps. I guess that's my work. Another map. This one was Gear Wookie, that's why I selected it. It's kind of boring when I'm doing the same map, but what can I do if that's the ones it gives me? And this is, by the way, stream boosting is a new feature. It's currently in beta. Not everyone has it on their stream. But it's a nice way for the community to boost the stream. I think it's a great way of Twitch handling things. If only they could automate some of those things. For example, emotes only. It would be nice if they make a script where when someone activates emotes only, me or my mods don't have to go and switch it on and then switch it off after X minutes, but rather Twitch automates this for us. Would be pretty decent. Sure. That was nice. Come on. Oh. And thank you, Sodis, very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Web, Sodis. Really appreciate that. Wait, I need to get rid of some wood. Is my pet dead? No, it's not. Alright, let's finish that map and start another one. Can I teleport here? Most likely not. Yeah, I just wanted to test. They should let us use Shadow Step and Quas mobility skills the same way I can use Cold Snap here. It's not like saving me a few seconds time will make the game overpowered or something or broken. Just for the movement skills. I know why they made it so we can't use damage skills, because people were abusing it and killing the bosses from up there. Which is kind of, yeah, it was broken to be able to kill the boss from up there. But yeah, just let me use the mobility skills. I can't do damage with those anyways. Not like range damage can be done with them. I've asked that during developer talks on Discord. It was either a Mayhem Monday or something else. But it was definitely during one of the talks with the devs in Discord where I asked if they can at least let us use mobility skills in those little zones before the boss fight. Especially this one. This one has the longest walk between where you spawn and where the thing that puts you down to the boss is. Some of the others, it takes you 1, 2, 3 seconds to reach it. This one, it's a little bit longer. And since it's the only one for Hivit maps, you don't get any other ones. when it's a high wit boss, so a high wit map with a boss. So it makes sense for this one to have some extra mobility. No gear work. Siege gear work. This would be the same map, so I'm gonna avoid it. This one is not bad. Is there goblins? I want to do a goblins map with gear walkie. Dividing. Oh, extreme close-up gear walkie. Extreme close-up is one of the weirdest map bonuses, but I like it. It like zooms in. It zooms in and you can't zoom out, so you have kind of a limit of how far you can zoom out. On goblin maps it can be very painful if there's those goblin hounds that charge you from afar, or on high wit maps with those charging beetles, the charge bugs, I think they're called. What did we get? Gunforge and Gunsmith Grundy. Nice. Let's see, this. Okay. Yeah, I've definitely figured out a lot of things while playing and streaming those few days. First of all, I'm not sure if the casting speed was capped at 60 before, but right now the casting speed really is capped at 60. So I figured out that it's pointless to stack 2 conjure electrodes with 1000 volt burst. One electrode, 1000 volt burst, or 1000 volt burst, and Liu General, or 2 electrodes and Liu General, or 3 electrodes. That's pretty okay. Getting 75% caps me at 60. It's a little bit better than 50, so there's a point in doing it. Another way is to just to not get more than 50 at the same time, and that's also one way to do it. It would have been nice if it was 75% cap instead of 65. Was that the gunsmith? Let's see over here. Oh yeah, I see where the gunsmith is. I'm gonna clear a bit over here. Let's kill that mimic. I wish mimics were better. I wish mimics were something like... you know, in the game, in Act 1, there's a mini boss. I forgot what its name was, but it had a very funny name, which is kind of a champion mimic. It's bigger, and it's a champion. So I wish there was a chance, whenever there's a mimic, for that boss to actually... for the mimic to transform into that boss. And I wish mimics were dropping better wood. And maybe were something more challenging, but worth the challenge, because it drops better stuff. There's what they can do with it as a system. I like it as a system, and I think it has potential to become something nice. I also wouldn't mind a woodpecker system like the wood goblin in Diablo, but like an alpaca that you kind of have to get, maybe not to kill it, maybe something else, maybe just calm it down. So it's not like violence against alpacas. Although we do have the alpaca level, so this kind of is already different. So maybe, yeah, maybe something like a special woodpecker, like a wood goblin, but an alpaca with a lot of wood in their bags, in the bags that it's carrying. Where is the gunsmith? It should be nearby here. Come on, Grundy, Grundy. Where are you, Grundy? It was showing me to go here, the question mark. I've had cases where he wouldn't spawn. Maybe that's one of them. Because we got the 100% goblins. But the gunsmith was not where it was telling me it will be. Yeah, let's go back where it was telling us to go. It was somewhere over here. See, this is Forge or whatever, the gunsmith Forge, so... Could he be here somewhere? He's not here. Maybe here? He should be a green enemy, so it's definitely not one of those. Look at how many goblins there are here, though. That was a big train of goblins. We killed the whole goblin convention there. Tempting. Very tempting. See, if this one had 2 sockets, I would equip it. Yeah, I don't think the gunsmith will spawn. I might as well just leave them up and do one more wasp map or something. Because this is, I think this was a Stormbringer map, if I'm not mistaken. Back to the voting screen. Taking a while. Okay. So yeah, let's do one last map of the day. Should I do a push? Let's do some undead dividing. No gear waki. But still, let's just do this one. Fire undead map. Something that's different than the last few maps I've done with Hivit and Goblins. And automatons. Ah, there's still some goblins here, but not as much. It would have been nice if you kill an enemy that's frozen and then it explodes into little icicles, particles or whatever to do a little bit of extra damage to nearby enemies. I would love to see an ARPG where it takes elements to the next level. And Wolsen was gonna be that ARPG. It was gonna take elemental effects to the next level where you can combine them. Where if an enemy was standing in the water and you're hitting it with lightning, it would take extra damage due to conductivity. And you could just combine by hitting with one element, an enemy affected by another element, things like that. But then they decided to go different route and get rid of all that creative stuff and just replace it for a more generic system. Maybe it was too difficult for them to handle, to do all that. Maybe it was too heavy on the performance of the game. For whatever reasons, I remember them long ago having problems with the Cry engine. A lot of problems with the engine that made them change a lot of things. So maybe that's one of the reasons why they also got rid of that system. It could be, I mean, it's not an engine made for hack and slash isometric ARPGs. So maybe that's why Wolsen got rid of some of the creative stuff, some of the original new ideas they had. Would have been nice to see what it could have become if they stuck to their original ideas, original plans, with the big open world. Not open world like MMO open world, but open world like Diablo style, where you can walk from one zone, then enter the dungeon, then exit, and go back, continue through that zone, then kind of like Grim Dawn, how Grim Dawn is right now. You can walk from one end of the map to the other, passing waypoints and things like that. And that's what Wolsen was in the alpha. Yeah, it was only one act, only one map, with a bunch of waypoints and a bunch of dungeons spread out throughout the map, but it was pretty fun. And it had some sort of like a Coliseum endgame kind of challenge thing. It also had a daily dungeon, endless dungeon that you can just keep running endlessly. Yeah, I'd like to see an ARPG hack and slash isometric game where when you hit an enemy affected by one element and then you hit it with a different element, you get something to happen. Like you hit a frozen enemy with lightning and maybe you shatter that lightning and make it explode. and do damage to nearby enemies. Or maybe if you hit with poison an enemy affected by fire, you make it make a actual explosion, not a breaking explosion, but an actual like reaction between the fire and the acid, and yeah, you do AoE damage like that. Things like those would be nice. Guild Wars 2 had something similar with combos and primers, priming some things and then using combo finishers and combining certain things between one class and another. It had kind of an interesting system, and that one in an isometric hack and slash RPG environment would have been pretty fun to try in that type of system, the Guild Wars system. The Guild Wars 2, not Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1 was a very good game, and it was one of my favorite back in the day. But some things Guild Wars 2 did pretty nicely as well, even though with other things it didn't. But yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. Thanks everyone for watching, for the chats, for the super chats, for the follows, for the subs and everything. Really appreciate it. Tomorrow this is coming as a build video. We couldn't get the Molten Reach yet again, so unfortunately it's gonna be incomplete build. But I can't grind for months just to get a shitty item to get the build to feel complete. So thanks again, really appreciate you being here. Keep it cool until next time, and goodbye from me.